While we're doing that, David, are you or who's going to run that PowerPoint? I just change the slide, or how do you want to do that?
Yep, you can. You'll be set up, Dan, to share the screen.
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to do. I'm not smart enough to do that. You might have to do that, and I'll just tell somebody to move it forward if you don't mind.
Okay, let me pull that up on my computer then, so I'll be able to share that.
Thank you, David. I was going to cover that, and I got to chit-chatting.
Hopefully everyone can see that screen, kind of the welcome screen.
I can see it, Annie.
Thanks, Barbara. Hope you're doing good on this Saturday morning.
Indeed. Welcome, everyone.
Oh. As some more folks make their way in, I'm guessing we also have some that are live streaming with us. We'll get, in fact, it looks like, Ann, you've got that started. So any of you following along with us on YouTube, welcome to you as well. Appreciate your carving out time on your weekend to join us for the Colorado TU Digital Rendezvous. We've got a fantastic program lined up for you coming up here, starting off with a keynote presentation from our Colorado Parks and Wildlife Director, as well as multiple panels on sort of the state of fisheries today and tomorrow in Colorado. All of this is possible because of the generosity of our sponsors. So we'd like to take a moment to recognize them. Alpine Bank, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Brightwater Engineers, and Freestone Aquatics. We greatly appreciate their generosity, especially in what's been a challenging year. They all came on board as sponsors for us with an in-person event planned back in April, and we greatly appreciate their willingness to continue to support us and stay involved as we've had to shift it to a digital activity in October. So thank you to each of our sponsors. Our featured sponsor for today, we have a brief video we'd like to share from our friends at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So a big thanks to Colorado Parks and Wildlife for their support of the rendezvous and all of their involvement. You're going to be hearing from a number of experts with our state agency today. And so we appreciate their participation as well. Just before we get started, I want to let folks know that we are going to be keeping participants muted, but we will have the opportunity for you to participate with questions and answers using the chat function. If you look at the menu down at the bottom of your screen in Zoom, that will have a chat window where you can put that, enter in your comments, and we will make sure that those get funneled up to the speakers. For those of you who are following on YouTube, we'll be tracking the chat section there as well, so you can also put your questions in there. And so without any further ado on the logistics, let's jump into the main attraction. We are really fortunate today to have the Director of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Dan Prenzlow, joining us. He is a second-generation DOW, or followed in his father's footsteps. Many of you would have known him as the regional manager in the Southeast region, and most recently he's moved in. Had to give up Colorado Springs for Denver offices, a little different. I'm not sure if that part was a good move, but we certainly appreciate his leadership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And Dan, I will pop up your slides here and
Perfect.
hand it over.
Yeah, thank you, David, and thanks to Trout Unlimited for not only for the opportunity, and I can joke, but you will hear from some experts at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I won't be one of those, but I can talk with the best of them and give you a little snapshot on some of the things that Colorado Parks and Wildlife and our staff, and quite frankly, you have done over throughout this last, what I would say, weird 2020. And I'm not quite sure we're done with that in the next few weeks. So, but again, Dave, thanks for not only the opportunity, but your partnership. You know, we're in mid-October, obviously. It looks like you have looked at your agenda and you have quite a packed agenda. So congratulations for pulling off a virtual get together for one. And quite frankly, just the start of that, I think it's one of the first Zoom calls I've had that didn't have technical difficulties where you're pulling off the beginning of that. So good for you. We might have to hire whoever you have working on that. So anyway, as we get started, let's talk a little bit about everybody's favorite subject, COVID. COVID, as you all know, has affected everybody. That's obvious. But what I want to bring up is COVID to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and specifically for fishing, has been really an interesting increase on the amount. And I'll go through some statistics, but I'll also tell you, and I would say this proudly for my staff and for you on the call, is that we didn't let COVID tell us what to do. We continued to manage, and I coined it manage to yes. No's easy and closing things down's easy, and sometimes you have to do that, but we made a decision very early on to manage to yes while keeping our customers and our staff safe. And there's been a few bumps in the road, but for the most part, that has been a very successful thing. We've had support not only from the governor and my boss, but I will just tell you that, you know, kind of on the record, off the record, that there was significant pressure to close down every boat ramp in the state, close down all state wildlife areas, close down the state parks, not allow anybody to be outside or fishing unless it was on your own private land, public lands too. And we just said a flat no to that. We pushed back on every time that came up. We actually had one county that blocked the county road because we refused to close state wildlife areas for people to go out and recreate responsibly. And the county actually blocked the county road on us. So I'm not proud about that, but at the end of the day, that was some of the decisions that were being made early on in this. It was not a real fun time for anybody as we were learning what we should or shouldn't be doing. And as you well know, we're still learning, but I'm really happy about how we handled that in the state of Colorado, and my hat's off to you and Parks and Wildlife Commission too for working through those efforts. So not every state did that. New Mexico is a good example. I don't want to pick on them, but you know, now they're furloughing some of their staff. They're still have like 14-day quarantines. Some of our increased use were people from New Mexico leaving, coming this way because they had no other outlets. So anyway, I'm proud of our staff. I'm proud of the result of how we managed as best we could to get people outside and manage to yes. So enough on that subject. Maybe the next slide we'll just kind of run down through here if you can move that. On fishing license, I'll just hit a couple numbers really quick. Resident fishing licenses went from 565,000 to over 700,000 in 19. We don't have all the numbers obviously for 2020, and we had about 335,000 to up to 376,000 non-resident licenses. So this obviously was let's see, it's part of 19 and as of up to October of 20. So this is a COVID bump. It also is a little bit of that state wildlife area access that we required a hunting or fishing license to access. And I'm glad to, at the beginning of this, I'm glad to answer any questions anybody has, if I can answer that. You know, I've got several staff on this call today that if I bumble through it and don't know the answer, be glad to get you an answer. But some of that bump would be the people buying a fishing or a hunting license to access the state wildlife area. But most of that, quite frankly, the analytics of that is COVID, and we're still working on that. Let's go to the next one, boating. We obviously have a robust ANS station. Interestingly, I went to Oklahoma this spring, and they don't inspect any boats. And so that's one of the things I want to look at in our program is where can we still manage very safely, but where can we align and make sure that we're balancing customers with the disease and make sure that the cure isn't worse than the disease. So we had about 620,000 inspections this year, about 21,000 decontaminations, which was almost a 50% increase from last year on decontamination. So again, tells you people got their boats out and got outside. We had 91 interceptions of contaminated vessels. So we still have a significant issue, and most of that is from Lake Powell. I've had a discussion with the Utah director. It's not wholly in his court either. So because you got National Park Service, et cetera, it's BOR or CORE. I can't remember all the entities, but we still have a real problem with Lake Powell and Lake Mead. There is and I'm sure maybe somebody will talk about it later today. We're trying a pilot about with CDOT on inspecting boats at the port of entries, and so we'll see how that goes. Next one, please. Fisheries work, lots of fisheries work in 2020. I really want to put a shout out to staff. We figured out how to not only do our jobs, but still, follow COVID protocols as best we can, and et cetera. We even had, I suspect he's on this call, knowing Charlie, but we even got a commissioner or two out there shocking and following COVID calls, so we didn't get in any trouble. So CPW hatcheries, you can go to the next slide, I think. We raised 2.7 million catchable trout and 15.8 million fingerlings. This number shocked me. Our native species hatchery there in Alamosa, the Muma hatchery, stocked over 230,000 non-game fish and amphibians representing 13 different threatened or endangered species, which is my hats again off to our biologists and staff. Harvested over 13 million trout and salmon eggs and stocked over 17 million warm water fish. We did miss our walleye spawn. I feel bad about that, but that was the first week of COVID, and we really we pulled a little spawn, I think, down in Pueblo, but we really couldn't and didn't want to expose our volunteers and staff in a wet hatch house in March when we really didn't know much about the virus. So maybe next slide. Reclamation. Oh, there we go. All right. So, and we can go to the next one. We'll talk about reclamation. We've, I guess I'm going faster than that. Reclamation. Sorry. Thank you about that. Completed about 4 large reclamation projects around the state to eliminate non-native fish and prepare for greenback stocking. I think there's a picture of that. So 2 were for greenbacks. 1 was for Colorado River cutthroat, and 1 was for Rio Grande cutthroat. Sand Creek, obviously for the would be the Rio Grandes, I believe, if Les Matt's going to correct me. It's likely one of the largest projects we ever taken. It was 2 different lakes, 3 miles of stream. And if you aren't plugged into that, we got a lot.
Right where I was sitting with him.
Somebody on the mic, sorry. Did I miss something?
Annie, can you check and make sure that everybody's muted, please? And Dan, you'll need to hit unmute on yours.
Yeah, I just saw that. Thank you, David. And we good to go? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Perfect.
I think you're good.
We did get a fair amount of pressure about this project from, I'd call regular fishermen, because Sand Creek Lakes pretty popular. And so we still made the decision to reclaim this, but and so we're excited about the outcome, but we want to make sure that's done well, because a lot, there are a lot of people had to sacrifice an existing fishery for the native trout on this. I do want to shout out the cooperation we had from National Park Service, Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Western Native Trout Initiative, and Trout Unlimited on this project. It's quite a project when you got a helicopter, boats in, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know, knowing Kevin Rogers, he probably was, over there helping. So he's always good on these kind of things. So next slide. I know we have a slide on barriers. Worked on a lot of different barrier constructions. You can see everybody's masked up. I don't know about social distancing, but they're masked up. There's a lot of work if you look back in some of those projects. So again, back to my shout out to staff for continuing on. So next slide, fishery survey work. Again, we've been out there. We've done about 400 surveys in 2020. Obviously, that's how we check our fishery health and obviously determine the numbers. We do have had some drought issues, obviously, everywhere in the state. We'll talk a little more about drought, but for the most part, our fisheries are very healthy and low water, but we look like we're holding our own. And we have not seen a negative impact on the fishery, considering all the use that has occurred from this year. So next slide. Fish passages. We're working on several fish passages with our partners around the state. I'd like to say that 3 times. I couldn't on a Saturday morning. We have partners helping us identify and work on these. I know we completed a big one on the Arkansas too, that when it came from the southeast on the main stem of the Arkansas, which was a really big one on the upper stretch there in the numbers. So we're happy about that. And we'll continue to work on that. That's a worthwhile thing that we just see a long-term improvement for our fisheries for working on that, or native spawning. So I think next slide, fish health and inspections, and certifications. And these numbers might mean nothing to some, but it's a lot. The 2020, the Aquatic Animal Health Lab conducted 82 annual inspections and 44 trouble shots around the state. So there's a lot of travel within that. So next slide, please. I think I already talked about COVID. We don't want to spend too much time on there, but like I said, we figured out a way to get that done. Obviously, drought, we can move to the next one, has been around the state. We've had to do several voluntary closures. I know there was one on the White and the Yampa. I think almost around the state we had voluntary closures. I do want to thank TU and your efforts to get the word out on those. I think the next slide will show this. Yeah, and we can go to the next one. There you go. There's a picture of drought. Pretty dramatic on the drought. We've lost a couple reservoirs. We lost Two Buttes Reservoir. We lost most of Jumbo. Although was good news last week. That storm that hit maybe 3 weeks ago, it's the only moisture we had in 3 months. There was enough free water, air quotes, in the South Platte drainage that we actually got to put a little water back in Jumbo. So we stopped the fish salvage, and we do believe we've kept some of that fishery out in Jumbo, but we're pretty sad about some of those fish salvages and loss of reservoirs. Fires, you can go to the next slide. We've had several. We had a fire, you can see on the left was the rifle hatchery, came real close, but no damage. And then Pooter hatchery, it burned completely all around the Pooter hatchery, but thanks to our staff and the Forest Service personnel, wrapping the buildings, etc., we did keep our infrastructure on the Pooter hatchery. So obviously real worried about rainfall after that, but doesn't look like that's going to come this spring. So maybe next summer, maybe we'll have a real early spring and get a little growth going. So I think last slide. So end up with, I just want to thank, and I'll open up to questions, but thank our partnership with Trout Unlimited. Couldn't do it without you. Don't want to do it without you. Colorado still is a destination spot for not only trout, but fishing in general and people getting outside. Hence the discussion we've had on how much visitation, across the board, we're about 1.5 times up on fishing and hunting and park use around the state. So it's a great problem to have, but it is a problem too as you get out. We're congesting a lot of trailheads and fishing spots, etc. But that's something we'll continue to talk about. That might be a subject for a later time. Glad to come in and talk about how some of the investments we're making in land and infrastructure to improve for the next generation. So, and with that, that's kind of my quick and dirty of the state of the state in Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And I'm glad to answer any questions if I can.
This Marshall.
I see somebody had asked about if CPW started some projects for San Juan cutthroat trout.
If we've started a what?
Projects with the San Juan lineage cutthroat trout.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I think the answer is yes, but I don't have the specifics of that. Maybe you can record the Matt. I think Matt's on. Nickel.
Yes. Thanks, Dan. Matt Nickel, Aquatic Section Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Yes, we do have several projects for the San Juan cutthroat in different stages. We've already transplanted back San Juan cutthroats into several places where after we rescued them a couple years ago. And so we've got broodstock started and several projects where we're continuing to move those San Juans back onto the some key streams.
Great. I assume that. Just couldn't tell you which one there is. So real happy about that. So. I think I guess I have to say Dr. Rogers, not Kevin Rogers. Sounds like every time I hear he's in some library or museum, I'm a little worried that he spends more time in the museum than looking for old trout somewhere. So,
Director Prenzlow, I'll give you a question from my end. You mentioned early on some of the increase in license might be tied to the requirement for folks to have a license to use state wildlife areas. Where does that stand now, and how do you see that moving forward? Is that going to be sort of a continued requirement, or are the parameters still sort of being decided by you and the commission?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Dave. I think that was Dave asking the question. So matter of fact, next week, I committed to creating a working group on that. We also, and thanks to the commission, did not move backwards off of that regulation. So the regulation still does apply that you must have a fishing or hunting license to use a state wildlife area. Twofold, my words, not anybody else's, but we were trying to get our hands around what I call completely unfettered access and unpaid access. And so the requirement really is just kind of puts a check mark on the unpaid, but it doesn't deal with the unfettered access. And as you know, if you've watched this, we've been really proud and maybe happy to have anybody use state wildlife areas around the state for other things, but we just really can't do that anymore. It's just getting overrun, some of those properties. And they are, and people say, well, it doesn't matter who bought them, but it actually does. We've bought them with most of them with 3/4 of our partners, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so they are properties that must be managed for hunting and angling. You can allow other uses, but they can't be detrimental to the primary use of the purchaser. Otherwise, we put our federal aid dollars in jeopardy. So we tackled that. Obviously, that's a tough nut to crack. So we didn't move back on the regulation, still applies. That was a good move, and I really appreciated the commission holding firm on that. But what we did commit to is a working group. That working group starts, I believe, next week. I'll kick that off. and we've got a real kind of array of people on that can pro and con. And what the goal is that we're looking at an additional pass. I'd call it a wildlife recreation pass or a birder's pass. I wouldn't call it a non-consumptive pass, because everybody that's out in Colorado is using resources, whether you're angling or not angling on a fishery. So short answer, we'll work through that in the next few months and try and figure out how to create an alternative pass, and then where that might be applicable. So I'll give the group marching orders really for two things: figure out the pass and figure out what things are appropriate on state wildlife areas and what are not. So great question. Start off and hopefully done by March and April this year.
I see we have a question from Marshall asking for an update on whirling disease in Colorado.
I will let Matt Nickel take that one.
Thank you. And I might also ask Kevin Rogers to interject a little bit here too. But yeah, we continue to manage around whirling disease. We've invested a lot of time and resources over the years in developing whirling disease resistant fish strains, and in particular crossing them with wild rainbow strains and stocking them into rivers. And we've seen really good success from that in several places. We're continuing to look at places where maybe we haven't had quite as good a success and figure out what we can do better there. But many positive places, the Gunnison River for one, the Arkansas River. And when I say positive, I'm meaning that in a light of it being a good thing, not a positive for whirling disease. But yeah, so we continue to manage around that. We continue to try to protect places where we don't have whirling disease. And so from a statewide perspective, we continue to feel like whirling disease is certainly not as big a problem as it was in the 90s, but we're aware of it and continuing to manage around it. Kevin, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, certainly reasons to be optimistic with these resistant strains. Still concerned about cutthroat populations because they're largely naive to the parasite. But since they live in headwater reaches, for the most part, we've been able to keep it from invading a lot of those places. And the isolated incidents we do have, it show up, we've been able to kind of address the problems and mitigate the effects of the disease.
All right. Well, Director Prenzlow, thank you so much as well. Matt and Kevin, thanks for helping in the Q&A. Very much appreciate your joining us this morning and sharing sort of a high-level view of fisheries. You are welcome to stick with us as long as you wish and see some of the good reports coming from some of your staff coming up here. Our next panel session is going to be focused on gold medal waters here in Colorado specifically, and some of the efforts, I guess the history of the program, but also the efforts around continuing into the future. And so I will turn it over to our moderator for that session, Scott Willoughby, with Colorado's, with Trout Unlimited's, Angler Conservation Program.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, David. Greetings, everybody. For those who haven't met me, I'm Scott Willoughby. I'm the Colorado coordinator for TU National and former outdoor editor for the Denver Post. Sorry, I'm getting weird. Director Prenzlow, don't hold your breath. There's still plenty of opportunity for technical glitches here forthcoming. So, because I think I'm taking over my own PowerPoint presentation. I have the luxury of having a technical expert assisting me here. So we're going to talk a little bit today. I've got Josh Nehring, the Southeast Senior Aquatic Biologist for CPW, and Greg Felt, co-owner of Arkanglers and Chaffee County Commissioner, going to talk a bit about the gold medal program overall, and Greg's experience with the Arkansas River and his involvement in designating the largest segment of gold medal waters in the state of Colorado. We're also going to talk about a somewhat nascent project, a campaign that I've been working on called Colorado Gold. And if I can figure out the screen share, I am going to open up with that. And as noted previously, this is where the technical glitches are most likely to occur. I think you're going to get some too much information to begin with, and hopefully we're going to figure this out. All right.
That
With
looks
any
good,
luck,
Scott.
You've got the first slide. All right.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, we're working on this campaign that I've discussed a little bit in last year at the rendezvous, but it's, gold medal waters are a big deal in Colorado, and so we're kind of wading into this slowly and making some progress with our partners at CPW. This photo is a great shot of the Upper Colorado River just below Pump House BLM recreation area, and this is actually a portion of the most recent gold medal water addition in the state. I think it was added in 2016. It's about 25 miles of gold medal water. So, a little bit of background on the gold medal waters. In this area that you'll see here is the Arkansas River, which is, the largest 102 miles of gold medal designation. And then, of course, the South Platte. These are very popular fisheries. But, statewide, we've got 322 miles of gold medal rivers, 3 lakes, and they really represent Colorado's highest quality cold water habitats by definition. CPW's own definition calls them the highest quality cold water habitats that have the capability to produce many quality size trout, and those being 14 inches or longer. Further along, it says CPW recognizes the public interest in angling, observing, and protecting these significant cold water fishery resources. So, bottom line, these are really Colorado's signature fisheries. They attract a high percentage of anglers that really drive the state's $2 billion annual fishing economy. And I think Director Prenzlow alluded to the growth in license sales, or didn't allude to, he described that growth. And there's more than 1 million licenses sold every year, both in and out of state, and that number is growing significantly. So it provides some economic benefits to the surrounding communities. Really drives the sport, and really the gold medal waters draw a disproportionate percentage of those anglers because they're really considered the best of the best. From our perspective, that really offers an untapped audience and kind of an organizing opportunity for some of the campaigns that we're working on at TU to protect these rivers. And and David will tell you that the gold medal page at CTU, coloradotu.com, is the #1 hit beyond the homepage. But frankly, there's little information really available out there on access, ethics issues, the ecology, fishing tactics, or threats to the waters that these waters are facing. This is just a broader overview of the gold medal waters in the state. I expect most of you are somewhat familiar, with these rivers. They're pretty popular areas, as we say, the South Platte. Spinney is one of the lakes, the Arkansas here. The Fork and Pan are famous in Colorado. But you'll also notice, there's some gaps out there and some areas that we think, have potential to be gold medal designation. And Josh is going to go into that process a little bit later here, but I think there's some opportunities there. And frankly, these are the gold standard, but the reality is that a lot of these gold medal waters really are impaired or threatened by multiple impacts, including mining, dams, dewatering, and more. The photo on the left here is of the Animas River. You can see that's not exactly what you would consider, the highest quality cold water habitat. Photo on the right here of the Windy Gap Reservoir on the Colorado River, which has presented a lot of challenges for that river through the years. The current gold medal policy does not provide specific protection for the state's most important waters. And, that's not by any fault of, the commission or the agency, but it's just the way it was set up. It wasn't designed to necessarily provide stringent protections. But, as the highest quality cold water habitat, these gold medal waters really set the bar for the state of Colorado. And clearly, when you see some of these images, you can see that they're coming up short. TU is currently involved in several advocacy and restoration projects that impact gold medal waters statewide. And we're at critical junctures for projects in some of the state's most important fisheries, like the Colorado River at the right, and the Blue River, the Animas River. So our goal with Colorado Gold, we've got a few things listed here, pretty straightforward. We want to return deteriorating or delisted trout waters to their former gold medal status. An example of that, nearly 20 miles of the Blue River in Summit County was stripped of its gold medal designation relatively recently. TU has been really, working with CPW and community leaders around Summit County on the effort to restore that. The restoration of habitat, degraded by mining, dams, and dewatering on those existing gold medal waters is another goal. As an example, TU has been working on reconnecting the upper Colorado River by building a bypass around Windy Gap Reservoir that causes that degradation that we were talking about to a 25-mile segment of gold medal water downstream. We want to expand gold medal protections through, our advocacy, education, and organizing efforts. And, that's kind of a nuanced thing, but, we're really approaching the finish line on making some strides on that front. The BLM resource management plan for South Park and Eastern Colorado, if it is accepted or adopted as recently drafted, it should expand gold medal buffers from oil and gas development on the banks of the South Platte, as well as the Arkansas River, to a half a mile. Currently, those setbacks or protection buffers are just about 300 feet. So a considerable improvement there. We're currently working through the state rulemaking process to apply similar protections statewide with the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. And some of you I know are involved in that process as well. We want to improve access and really try to redistribute pressure by increasing gold medal river mileage statewide. That's another goal of ours. And the objective is, we've put it out as a metric to potentially, and obviously this is one of those things that we're kind of approaching delicately with Parks and Wildlife because it really doesn't happen. And Josh will go through that process, but it doesn't happen without them and their support. But we would like to see gold medal waters increased by 30% by the year 2030 in order to broaden the geographic distribution and protect more rivers statewide. Example, obviously going back to the Windy Gap bypass, that'll actually create 1 mile of new public access at the top of the gold medal reach there on the upper Colorado. We're also working with our partners at CPW to introduce gold medal designation on rivers like potentially the upper Gunnison and the Taylor, possibly the Lake Fork of the Gunnison, potentially even the Conejos in southern Colorado, where we've had some recent success with flow enhancement projects. The access issue really dovetails with our other work we're already doing. We're engaged in efforts to pass the CORE Act, introduced by Senator Bennett and Congressman Neguse. The long form name of that is the Colorado Outdoor Recreation and Economy Act, and that includes a provision calling for an additional 12 miles of public fishing access on the upper Gunnison River basin, which again, already basically meets the gold medal metrics, but hasn't been recognized as gold medal. And our work to relist the blue as a gold medal fishery, there's ample access opportunities there already as well. Not to bore you with the economic outlook of things, but the graphs here really show the decline in state funding for core grant programs that TU relies on for these restoration projects. Full disclosure, we actually used this. The bulk of this PowerPoint presentation was recently used for a funding pitch for a grant from TU's Cold Water Conservation Fund, which I'm happy to say was approved just this week, and in reality, just in time, because you can see from these graphs the decline in state funding for these core grants. The left, this graph here, the water plan implementation funding, just shows the fund for the entire state water plan was slashed by 10 million from 2019 to 2020, and the Colorado Water Conservation Board has told us they expect very little or no additional funding from 2021 through 2023. And then the three graphs on the right show the funding sources TU relies on most heavily, all of which have seen drastic cuts. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but the reality is everything will be put on hold without additional funding, delaying some of these projects that we've been working on for another year or two, and the conditions could deteriorate further. But like I said, hopefully we get a little economic boost and we can add some little bit to the kitty. So the strategy for the Colorado Gold Campaign, it includes overlapping outreach, advocacy, and restoration efforts, all connected by the common thread of gold medal water. It's designed as a campaign that expands and unites local chapters through a statewide initiative that combines river restoration with public lands protection, resulting in tangible conservation, recreation, and access benefits, really in the spirit of one TU. The outreach piece, Colorado Gold, we think is offers unique branding opportunity for TU that we intend to amplify and elevate. We want to create a dedicated website and social media channels built around the gold medal waters. Right now, as I noted, gold medal is a top hit for the CTU webpage, and we're finding that daily web searches for gold medal waters, number in the hundreds, and we plan to make use of some of my media background with the Denver Post and other outdoor media affiliates to expand on those outreach opportunities. And we have industry partners lined up to help create branded merchandise promoting the campaign as well. The advocacy piece is equally important. Platform will serve as an advocacy springboard that we hope to use to expand gold medal protections through the creation of the Colorado Gold Coalition. And that coalition. We'll enlist additional industry and foundation funders, hopefully help unify volunteers, attract new members, and boost TU's political clout to a place where, we've never really seen in the state of Colorado. Then the restoration piece, reviving delisted and threatened gold medal waters requires rolling some rocks. And TU's, as noted, already is engaged in multiple restoration projects around the gold medal waters that are in need of additional support. So whether that's through volunteer efforts, financial aid, or otherwise, restoration projects and other fisheries could provide the boost they need to really, achieve gold medal designation as well. So a key component, is the outreach, and that's the creation of this Colorado Gold Coalition. And as noted, that we want to develop a really influential alliance of angling and other outdoor recreation related businesses and organizations that'll help increase public awareness, raise money, and help move the decision makers toward conservation minded gold medal water policy. So our plan is to create a brand. We've already enlisted multiple industry partners who endorse the campaign or eager to promote the Colorado Gold brand through their various media platforms. As noted, the searches continue to rise for gold medal waters, and by tapping into that ever increasing public interest in fishing them, we think our audience for outreach can grow on a daily basis. So further disclosure, I didn't actually create this slide, and I'm not entirely sure what the creator was going for by including the blog post to the left, but I left it there even after it was pointed out by fellow panelist Josh Nehring that it includes some inaccurate information about the gold medal metrics. And it's sort of an example that despite the demand, I feel like it's pretty reflective of the type of information that's currently available to the public. And most of it's pretty generic, often inaccurate or outdated, and a little more challenging than it ought to be to find. So, our plan is to build this unique digital media platform where that burgeoning audience of anglers can learn fishing tactics and insights from Colorado's gold medal fisheries, along with the cold water conservation messaging on important policy issues and ways to engage in TU's ongoing advocacy and the restoration work around the gold medal waters. So by establishing really that direct connection between anglers and the waters they fish and the conservation values necessary to sustain them, TU hopes to usher in a new era of advocacy and volunteer support for our existing gold medal conservation projects. I will take credit for this photo though, because I really like it. And this is a photo of the gold medal reach on the South Platte River through South Park. And just to talk about the advocacy portion, as noted, we're on the brink of establishing increased protections for gold medal waters through that forthcoming BLM resource management plan. And we're also working to boost both the state and federal protection measures around gold medal waters. And if we fail in these advocacy efforts, places like this, in South Park could see oil and gas development as close as 300 feet from the riverbank, and that's the current state standard. And obviously, this landscape would look very different if 300 feet is visible in these images. It's not that far away. We're talking about a football field where we could see this development occur. The state of Colorado currently lags behind some of the federal protection measures around these gold medal waters, where we're seeing these resource management plans advocating or ruling for setbacks of quarter mile and a half mile, where we're talking about just 300 feet. So we're hoping to get this South Park RMP across the finish line, and we feel like the opportunities at hand to improve the state protections with additional advocacy support. So we have a favorable administration, and with this rulemaking process currently underway, we feel like we can make some impacts and influence some positive changes. As noted, we're also advocating for an increase in gold medal waters by 2030. And really, you know, the notion is that by expanding that gold medal policy to include these protections and expanding the amount of gold medal waters, you know, we're going to expand protections for rivers statewide. The restoration piece, you know, TU is involved in multiple restoration efforts, acting gold medal waters in Colorado that can really benefit greatly from the Colorado Gold Campaign. You know, this photo is from a willow planting project designed to help improve habitat along the gold medal section of Gore Creek and Vale, where members of TU's Eagle Valley chapter, including myself, worked with partners from Oscar Blues Brewery, their Candade Foundation, and leaders of the town of Vale. They're working with the Restore the Gore initiative. As noted, you know, our campaign's initial restoration work will focus on existing projects that TU's engaged in on the Blue River and the Colorado River. And we feel like we have opportunities to make immediate impacts by you know, leveraging some of the money from this grant, as well as you know, state funds for critical habitat assessment study and really getting this decade-long effort to reconnect the Colorado by taking the Windy Gap Dam offline, you know, get that over the finish line. Eventually, we'd like to expand our reach to places, you know, like the mine-impacted Animas near Durango, places like Gore Creek through Vale, where, you know, development impacts have really reduced the quality of that fishery. I'm going to use the last few slides here to focus a little bit closer on a couple of what I consider the most high profile and maybe the most important projects, gold medal water projects that we intend to focus on as we launch the Colorado Gold Campaign. You know, the Blue River runs through Summit County and for years was one of Colorado's most popular fisheries. But, you know, we saw a really rapid decline in the fishery between Dillon Reservoir, which is here at the bottom of the map, and Green Mountain Reservoir up at the top. You know, it led to its former gold medal designation being removed for almost 20 miles of water. You know, this area stretching along here, a lot of public access there. You know, it was a very popular place in the heart of Colorado's, you know, recreation, you know, outdoor recreation kind of mecca up there in Summit County. But the bottom line was the river just could no longer grow large fish. So for the past few years, TU's been leading the community-wide effort to, you know, figure out the cause and the remedy for the decline in the effort to restore the gold medal designation. And, you know, we've been working with CPW and a team of scientists from Colorado State University, formed a work group that's completed right now the first phase of a habitat assessment study that's needed to identify projects required to restore the gold medal quality of the river. And, you know, the photo on the right is of some of the sampling done last summer. As we noted, we lost some funding, and hopefully we can you know, boot that back up with some of this grant money. But you know, we feel like by identifying these kinds of projects through sound science and field work, that we can really you know, leverage future dollars for future, you know, on the ground habitat work, and really get this 20-mile reach of the river, you know, back to the gold medal status. I feel like that would be a really high-profile win for TU, and could really energize, you know, further volunteer engagement in these kinds of projects. The other one, similar to the Blue, roughly a 24-mile section of the Upper Colorado River has been in decline for years, essentially, you know, propped up by a really aggressive stocking efforts. You know, about a decade ago, the culprit behind the decline was identified as the Windy Gap Reservoir. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with Windy Gap, it's a pump-back reservoir that is located just below the confluence with the Fraser River. delivers water to the Front Range. The dam is pictured here on the left. And working with a statewide coalition, TU has been really among the leaders in the effort to create a bypass channel around the reservoir. That's depicted here on the right, where this reservoir would actually be kind of cut in half, and this would be, the new channel flowing through there that would really, reconnect the river. It would create a mile of new fishing access and extend the restoration work done by the local chapters upstream to improve the habitat on the Fraser Flats section. It's an $18 million project. It's been going on since about 2012 and scheduled to finally break ground in the summer of 2021. But it needs a little bit more money, and we're feeling the impacts of the state budget cuts there as well. After a promised $1 million state grant was reduced by 2/3 this year, they're expecting the same to occur in 2021. So, it's going to take some advocacy as well as some financial and aid, but this is a project that we feel like will really greatly benefit from Colorado Gold outreach efforts, and has the potential to provide access. Taking a dam offline should have a significant impact on improving one of the West's most iconic fisheries, and again will be another really high profile win for TU for many years to come. So that's kind of where we're aiming to begin this project. Obviously there's a lot of work to be done statewide, and I think we're going to have some great insight here on the history of the gold medal program, and some of those hurdles that might need to be overcome to increase access with Josh's presentation, and again, it's noted with Greg Felt's experience on the Arkansas. So I'm going to pass it off to them. I think we're going to take questions at the end of the I think at the end of the program, for folks who have questions they want to follow up with.
Great, Scott. Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. David and Scott for having me on the program today. See if I can avoid the technical difficulties and get my screen shared. How does that look? Okay,
It's good.
Nods and thumbs up. Good. Yeah, thanks again for having me. My name is, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Josh Nehring. I'm the Southeast Senior Aquatic Biologist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And as Scott alluded, I'm going to talk a little bit about the background and the history of the program, and then go into how waters qualify that are nominated and adopted by the commission. So the background, or the, I'm gonna fix one more thing before I get started, sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, so the Gold Medal program was officially initiated in September of 1981 with the adoption of a resolution by the Wildlife Commission. And by this time, we had the wild trout policy. It was already in effect, but it didn't allow for the stocking of fish. And during the 1981 meeting, the commission requested a study be initiated to identify stream segments to determine their potential for meeting the objectives of trophy trout fisheries and increased angling success. And the commission believed that as a result of research, angler surveys, and other experiences with other states, objectives could be met by the establishment of special regulations and enhancement of aquatic habitat. And the goal really by the commission was to establish 50 miles where special regulations would be established. And so as part of that process, the commission outlined a fairly long list of waters that should be investigated. And I'll give you a few seconds here to kind of go down through that list, but pretty significant list of waters. Obviously, Parks and Wildlife Biologist assisted with that effort, but these were the waters that were going to be investigated for the to be included in the gold medal program. So Willie's Roundup was actually, at the time, Division of Wildlife employee newsletter, and Director Griebe wrote to the employees and reflected about his work as a biologist. Mainly, he worked with waterfowl and especially with geese, and he actually, he said, with all the work that we've been doing with waterfowl, everything's returned tenfold, and he really felt the same thing is true for fish. So while he was attending the Wild Trout Symposium, the second Wild Trout Symposium at Mammoth Hot Springs in Yellowstone, he was thinking to himself about how managers have brought back deer and antelope and elk to former abundances, and sometimes even better. And he was thinking, what could managers do if they applied the same management skills and dedication to the management of trout? And in his letter, he went on to say, to the employees, but aren't we already doing that? We're putting 1.3 million pounds of catchables into our waters, back at that time. We have the wild trout policy, wild trout water policy, and we even have special regulations. But he still expressed concern that we're not doing enough to manage for quality trout in the state. And so he directed the staff to identify gold medal waters of the state, to include, this would include the entire reach of stream capable of producing trophy fish, both public and private, and come up with a set of regulations to manage these waters. And so the proposed waters and regulations would be presented to the commission during the September 1982 meeting. That's what he outlined. And he went on to explain that really the number one priority for the division at the time would be the acquisition of cold water streams, either through fee title, easements, or lease. So the fish program in cooperation, the fish program in cooperation with regional fish managers recommended the following criteria, and were eventually accepted by the commission in November 1981. So at the inception of the gold medal program, they had a requirement that we needed to have at least 2 miles in length on streams and an average width of 20 feet. The fisheries must meet the objectives of optimizing numbers of trout 14 inches or greater, but stocking was permitted, unlike the wild trout waters. And as far as productivity, the first criteria was that they had a minimum of 20 pounds per acre or the biological potential to reach 40 pounds per acre. And so the waters that actually were first designated as gold medal trout waters in the 1982 Wildlife Commission are this list, and had sections of the South Platte, 2 sections of the Frying Pan, sections of the Roaring Fork, Colorado, Blue River, the Arkansas River, 2 sections of the Rio Grande River, and the Gunnison River. And over the next 18 years to bring it up to today, there were a number of changes to the program, with waters being added and sometimes removed, and regulations being changed as well. The criteria also evolved, obviously, to really promote the very best fisheries that we have here in the state. And so how do waters qualify today? CPW may designate a water as gold medal once it's been demonstrated that the fishery consistently, and they emphasize the word consistently, produces a minimum trout standing stock of 60 pounds per acre and produces a minimum average of 12 quality trout, and those are 14 inches or greater per acre. And so the key word here is consistently, and there's been some debate on what does consistently mean. I guess in my mind, it doesn't mean if we drop below that one of these parameters that we need to remove it if it drops below just for a year. It probably also doesn't mean that it simply, meets that criteria more often than not. Not having necessarily a clear definition, but in my mind, to protect the integrity of the program and really promote our fisheries, it pretty much has to happen each and every year. So sort of moving on to how waters are nominated and adopted. First of all, waters are not automatically designated as gold medal, even if they are meeting those criteria. Candidate waters are selected by the aquatic section in cooperation with the regional manager and his or her staff. We look at both current and historical biological data to go through the selection process. And selected candidate waters receive a complete resource inventory prior to consideration, looking at biological, chemical, and physical attributes of each resource. Some other considerations that staff looks at: land and water ownership, current recreation uses, public access, and also scenic qualities. So waters recommended for gold designation, they're submitted by the senior aquatic biologist to the aquatic section manager. And the aquatic section manager is responsible for the preparation of the final gold medal water designations. And those are typically presented to the Parks and Wildlife Commission at the January meeting. So the last couple of slides, I just wanted to show you some slides with some charts on how we go about, sort of looking at that consistently meets those criteria. And the first chart that I'm putting up here, this is the Arkansas River at the Wellsville site. And for those of you who don't know where that is, it's downstream of Salida, a couple miles. The y-axis here shows fish pounds per acre or biomass. And then the years sampled are along the x-axis. And I put that red line in there to signify what the gold medal criteria is of 60 pounds per acre. And so you can see going back all the way to 1999, we've hit that mark each and every time. So certainly hitting that consistently, I would say, without a doubt. Oftentimes in most of our river systems, the more difficult criteria to meet is the number of quality trout. Those trout meeting greater than 14 inches, and we need to have at least 12 trout per acre. And so looking at this chart, you can see, especially looking back into the 90s and 2000s, can't really say that we're hitting that consistently. We had a stretch there of 4 years where we were meeting it back then, but dipped below there. And so moving into the later 2000s, the 2010s, with a lot of work by TU and a lot of partner organizations, people like Greg Felt and the work that he's helped, as well as got to give a lot of credit to Greg Poliski. He's a retired fish biologist in the Upper Arkansas, and he really pulled together a lot of teams, worked with a lot of partners on doing a lot of things, especially in the Upper Arkansas, from mining reclamation to habitat improvements, working with Trout Unlimited on projects, improving water quality, and focusing on the fishery and what we could do to improve that fishery to actually get it to meet that gold medal standard of 12 trout per acre over 14 inches. And as you can see, since 2009, we can say we've consistently met that, which is great. And that's why it was designated gold medal, and that's why we took it to the commission. But kind of reflecting on a few things in the Arkansas River, some of you may be aware we had the Hayden Pass fire of 2016 that really burned up some drainages on the south side of the river and had some monsoon rains, unfortunately, that impacted that river, pushed a lot of sediment down into the river, and obviously ash flow. And we went back in and looked at that site. I wish I had time to maybe show you some of the data on there, but certainly impacted the fishery to a great extent. And this is within the gold medal reach. But kind of like I said, before, I don't think it's appropriate to remove that section of river from gold medal designation. In my mind, it is going to recover, and it may recover even better. So I think we just give it a couple of years, keep the gold medal designation, keep monitoring, seeing what we can do to just improve that section of river. So yeah, looking forward to seeing more on the Arkansas River and how things can be improved. I think we still do have maybe some work to do in the upper basin. We've been doing additional habitat improvement up there to where maybe we can improve this chart that I have up here a little bit, get it back into the 2012-13 numbers. And I think some of the habitat improvement might push us over that edge there. So that is pretty much all I had. It sounds like we'll take questions at the end. So I will stop my screen share and pass the torch over to Greg.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you, Scott. What I wanted to do is just give you a quick history of the Arkansas River fishery and kind of some key elements to how we got from where we used to be to where we are now, or how we got to gold medal status, or at least being qualified in terms of the metrics, and then talk about some of the I guess some of the considerations that you might want to think about beyond just the biology when you're considering gold medal status, whether you're want to pursue it or not, and some of the trade-offs that can come with that. So just quickly here, if you've been in Colorado for a while, since the early 90s, you may recall the Arkansas River never had much of a reputation as a real world-class type of fishery. And that I think was in large measure due to the amount of heavy metals that we had in the water and in the substrate that were a remnant of our mining history up in the Leadville area. Early 90s, we had 2 Superfund sites up there. Trout Unlimited certainly has been involved in that, spent a lot of money, and we're able to really clean up, remove the selenium and cadmium and nickel, some of these really, really toxic metals that were really keeping fish at a very short lifespan. At that time, few fish lived more than 4 years of age, so they're just pretty tough to hit gold medal status with that kind of a lifespan. As we got the cleanup done, the fish began to do incrementally better, and we definitely felt like, okay, things are starting to improve. We're on the right track. In 2002, if you really looked at that graph that Josh had up a minute ago, you saw a huge jump in both metrics, the amount of biomass and the number of fish over 14 inches. If you recall, 2002 actually remains really the driest year in the modern era, you could say, on the Arkansas River. And by the modern era, I would define that as since the construction of the Fry Arc project back in the late 60s, early 70s, where we got Pueblo Reservoir and Turquoise and Twin Lakes were expanded, and we got Trans Mountain water at a greater quantity, and just changed. Things have been kind of operating under those conditions since that time. But 2002 was a seriously dry year. I don't think flows ever exceeded maybe 500 or 600 CFS, and we operated on about 250 all summer long. That year we saw tremendous growth in our fishery in both those metrics and some others as well. And it really proved, I think, what Greg Politsky had long suspected, which was that once you got the water quality situation under control, the biggest impediment to trout growth and success is our current velocity. I mean, this is a wild brown trout fishery. Think of a lot of those rivers in Europe where the brown trout evolved. Think about the Arkansas River. It drops an average of 30 feet per mile. It's a very confined channel. It really moves. And so those browns are not that well adapted to that kind of environment, honestly. And they need to have velocity shelters in order to be able to thrive. And when you have higher flows, you see a incremental decrease in really usable habitat in the form of velocity shelters that are available. In a year like 2002, what we saw is this big bubble in terms of all the metrics that we look at. And as the following years, that 1 year improvement in each age class, wherever it was in their lifespan, that bubble carried forward. So they built on that one good year. And it really hit home that to the extent that we can find ways to reduce current velocity when appropriate, or in the big picture for our fishery, we will see more of these bubbles, and we will see incremental improvement in the metrics of our fishery. In 2008, 2009, if you looked on that graph, that's where we dipped below the 14-inch metric. And we had some really high flows in the spring, particularly in 2008, really averaged 800 to 1,000 to 1,200 CFS right through March, April, and May. We never had that great low flow period a lot of people associate with our caddis hatch. And as a result of those high flows through that critical feeding time, when fish come out of the winter, have a lot of food available, put on weight to get through our mostly natural spring runoff hydrograph, we saw the fishery really suffered. We saw very little fry recruitment in our brown trout fishery, and very, very little in the way of fry surviving the runoff period. And we also saw the crash of our spring Brachycentrus caddis population because our water temperatures were exceedingly cold that spring. In 2009, we really made an effort, and this is where I think advocacy is really important, and where Trout Unlimited and the fishing industry, frankly, can work in ways that Parks and Wildlife sometimes can't because of politics, and are able to sort of take a team approach to advocacy on behalf of our fisheries. And so people like me and our old dear friend Fred Rasmussen were able to go talk to the water management community, and particularly the Fry Arc project, Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District, that has significant control over when they move their water, and demonstrate to them, with the help of Greg's science, Polisky science, that, hey, when we can reduce flows in the spring and not move water during that critical period of April and early May, our fishery will do exceedingly well, high water year or low water year. And if we can work on moving more water in the winter rather than the spring, we will have a much healthier fishery and aquatic entomology. That took hold that year, and ever since then we've had really good cooperation from the water management community, from the Bureau of Reclamation, to really try and get those spring flows down as much as we possibly can. And so with other low water years like 2012, 13, 18, 20, we've seen resulting bubbles in the fish metrics that help us maintain those levels above the baseline metrics. And so by 2013, so 2002 to 2013, we've been hitting the gold medal metrics for 11 years. And so this is where it starts to get kind of interesting, I think, because as I realized that and talked to Greg Polisky about it, two things became clear. One was that, gosh, we should be a gold medal fishery. We've been hitting it for 11 years. And also what became clear is Greg Polisky wasn't at all convinced that that was necessarily the best idea. That sort of putting the Arkansas River in that kind of spotlight might not really be in the long-term interests of the fishery. It could create some pushback from folks who've been cooperating with us in the water management community. And even within my own company, Arkanglers, we had some differing opinions on whether this kind of designation was a good idea or not. I really leaned on Greg and encouraged him, worked with CPW staff, and part of, I think, what was really motivating me at that particular moment, it really wasn't about how fishermen viewed our fishery so much. It wasn't certainly about promotion or shining a spotlight on the Arkansas River and trying to attract more people here to fish. It was much more directed at adding additional protections to this fishery or raising it in the popular imagination within maybe more the environmental community and more a sense of, look, at that time, we had just come through Parks and, well, I won't say Parks and Wildlife, it was Parks at that time, approving the Cristo over the river project. And the BLM was working through their own analysis of it. But, you know, it really did, I think, emphasize that whether the fishery was really that threatened or not by that art project, fishing access was severely threatened by it through Bighorn Chute Canyon. And with gold medal status, I felt like, gosh, if something like this comes along in the future, I think we're going to have a stronger position from which to argue that maybe this isn't such a good idea, that it'll give the fishery an added level of protection. And so I think that was really at the core of why I wanted to push for gold medal status. And honestly, within our company, I can't say that gold medal has never appeared in any of our promotional material or our fishing reports. I'm sure it has, but we have definitely made a point of not emphasizing the promotional value of that status and just really putting much more emphasis on its protective value. And so, you know, I think when you think about promotion or notoriety or that kind of thing, and this could be from a statewide perspective as well as locally, you know, I think it is a big question and a necessary conversation for Trout Unlimited to have. What does a designation like that actually do? What are the objectives you're trying to achieve? And will it work in that context? From a fishing standpoint, it's interesting what Scott was saying about the gold medal page being their most popular, and some of the earlier comments from Dan Prenzlow about, you know, the number of people coming to fish the Arkansas, and then Josh talking about the gold medal waters being really popular, because I found that the gold medal status attracts some people and it kind of discourages others. And I think it does raise expectations of the fishery, and sometimes at the same time, it could be making the fishing a little tougher, because for one thing, you've got people, maybe better fishermen, hitting it more often and really educating those fish who happen to be living longer because they're protected so well. And so it can make the fishing more challenging in some ways. And that's both good and bad, even within the fishing industry, I think. From an economic development standpoint, you know, for communities, rural mountain communities, you know, I think can be some real value there. And I think I've seen, you know, motels, restaurants, other attractions use the gold medal status in their promotion much more than we have, as a way to try to attract people, particularly in those shoulder seasons. But for me, the protection element remains the really critical part of this. I wouldn't have pushed for it without that. Cristo and that art project really, you know, really lit a fire under us. My partner and I fought that for many years. But, you know, we've also had threats from new mining proposals in our area. There's a lot of development going on up here in Chaffee County and Lake County. There's potential for industrial activity. There are potential changes to the flow regime that go far beyond our flow management program, that could have to do with trans-mountain diversions either into or out of the Arkansas River. And then, as some of you may know, like right now, we're working on 1041 permit renewal for the Nestle Corporation. And, you know, had this been in place in 2009, we might not be going through all this headache right now, with, you know, thousands of letters coming to me about this proposal. I also think, and then I'll wrap up here, that, you know, our ability to generate funding and support for wildfire recovery is really important. And we didn't think about that so much back in 2013, but with the Hayden Pass fire in 2016 and the Decker fire last fall, that's, you know, in a very unhealthy forest, frankly, in the upper Arkansas River Basin, our ability to try and draw those extremely limited CWCB funds that Scott showed on his funding graph is certainly enhanced, I think, when you have kind of an iconic or marquee fishery, and gold medal status certainly is something that people understand and recognize. So I think just one other point in that regard that Scott made me think of, I do serve on the CWCB as the representative for the Arkansas River Basin, and I'm painfully aware of the funding cuts that have happened, both our accounts being swept by the legislature for other needs, and the fact that severance tax revenues are projected to be about 8% in this fiscal year of what they were a year ago. So we are really hurting. And so in that regard, I think for the next several years, my thought would be to try to turn attention in this project that Scott's working on, this gold medal project, maybe turn attention to those rivers that can benefit from really low cost approaches. And a great example is us simply negotiating with the water management community to get a better flow regime in the spring. That has paid huge dividends. And the cost was basically driving to Pueblo a few times and, making a concerted push. And I mean, it's more than that, but it didn't cost money. It cost effort, building relationships and trust, and over time getting this kind of response. So that would be something, maybe a triage effort that we could look at between now and 2023, Scott, would be, which rivers can benefit from maybe advocacy more than just influxes of cash. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And Josh as well. Really appreciate everybody's insights there. We're going to open to questions, and I know there's a couple, and I wanted to address Buck Skillen's comment earlier, and actually I have a couple questions for you guys too. Buck noted that the picture of the Animus that I showed in my presentation is taken at Silverton, showing the Gold King mine spill. And the gold medal water on the Animus is actually the reach through southern Durango. And that's true. But one of the things that I wanted to make note of is that the gold medal water on the Animus is a huge river. And the gold medal water reach is really the bare minimum of the allowable under the policy, 2-mile segment there. And it is stocked, and it is supported through the efforts of Parks and Wildlife. The point there is that there's a great opportunity. There's no reason for a river like the Animus to not hold, trout the entire length of it. The only reason is because of, things like the Gold King mine and all of the Superfund activity that we're seeing up there. So I think that's a prime example of an area where we can, increase, trout and biomass throughout the length of the river by, doing the hard work that it takes to really fix that river. So a couple of questions that came to mind with Greg talking about the flow regime and the low water years. First of all, Josh, can we expect to see great fishing next year on the Arkansas River because of all of the, or potentially the year after because of the low water that we're seeing through this drought? Although they had a pretty good runoff, I guess, this year. Maybe next year we'll see some impacts to the degree you can predict that. And the other is there at what point does low become too low? And is there too little water to have, reaching the point of diminishing returns there?
Yeah, good question. Thanks for that. I guess two things on your first question. The flows help out in kind of two different ways. And Greg sort of touched on some of that with hatching success and fry success in those spring flows. And then also the low flows really help for the fish to position themselves in the river. Obviously, all of us kind of speaking to the choir here, but fish like to position themselves in the river where they don't have to expend a lot of energy to maintain their place in the river and dart out and grab food and go back to, bioenergetics sort of thing where they can optimize that. And so, yeah, I think these low flows will really help not only with recruitment, but also getting those fish plump and big. And so, yeah, I think we can expect, good fishing in the years to come. Greg may even have a better pulse on that than I do. Get up there some and do some sampling and stuff and look at the data, but he's really on the river for that sort of thing. Now I'm forgetting the second question.
Second question being, at what point do you reach the point of diminishing returns on flows? And I imagine it has a lot to do with water temperatures, and a lot of the Arkansas comes from dam release, so the water stays pretty chilly, I guess. But you know more there than I do.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, Arkansas is kind of interesting in that, when we get off of the rafting season in August 15th, we taper that flow down to native flow. And that really helps the fish to go into winter. They can feed effectively, like I talked about, and they can really put on some body weight going into the fall. And that's coming up into their spawn, which is a critical time. But, we really haven't seen an issue on the Arkansas where flows get so low that it affects the fishery. Down as you get down towards Canyon City and, in that transition zone, yeah, temperatures may be a problem. The other thing in the upper Arkansas, and we get concerns from anglers when the water level does drop in the fall, like it is right now, and even lower, that the temperatures start to come up. But even if we release water from the upper basins, most of those reservoirs are bottom release. And so, they're top release, and they're releasing the water off the top of the reservoir, the warmest water. But even if we release that water not very far downstream, that mixed with the ambient air doesn't affect, the entire river all the way down. So I think I probably answered that fairly well, but Greg, please jump in there if you have anything to add.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, I totally agree with you about the tailwater effect. It's pretty limited on the Arkansas River as far as water temperature goes. I think our steep gradient contributes to improved dissolved oxygen, even at lower temperatures. And it's good to keep in mind that brown trout have a much higher overall optimal temperature range than, say, the rainbows and the cutthroats. They do well right up into the high 60s. And of course, we're always careful about releasing fish. But, I haven't really seen what I would consider to be that point of diminishing returns, Scott. We've never seen any significant fish mortality in these real low flow years. I do think that in a year like this year, or 2018 or 12 or 2, that late summer period, the fishing gets hard. And I think Trout Unlimited members are very accustomed to drawing the distinction between the quality of the fishing and the health of the fishery. They're not always the same. And so, in a hot, late August, bright, sunny day, you're going to need to know what you're doing and really be working deep or, into real fast water. You got to really target your fishing to find actively feeding fish. But that doesn't mean the fish aren't benefiting from those conditions. It just means they're harder to catch. So I think that's a fair distinction to draw. They're very resourceful and resilient. I'm sure Josh would agree. And they know where those dark spots are down deep. They know where those cold springs are along the bottom with cooler return flows going on. And they're highly adaptable to those low flows.
Thanks, guys. And I don't want to dominate the Q&A here, but I actually had one other quick curiosity. I know Greg Polisky attempted to reintroduce the salmon flies down there for several years. And my assumption is that it had pretty much zero impact on that area. And I'm wondering if there are any examples of places around the state that you're aware of, Josh, that has been successfully achieved, and what the hopes are for that kind of a program moving forward.
Yeah, there wasn't. It was a big effort. We spent many weeks on the Colorado gathering the salmon fly, Pteronarchus californica, and bringing them over to the Arkansas and stocking them in the river where we thought the water quality would support them. But didn't see a whole lot from that. We had some in cages, so we could monitor them for a week or two. Most of those survived just fine. But we didn't really see much of a hatch on occasion the first year. I don't even think really into the second year we saw a few hatching, but really haven't detected that really at all. Got a few angler reports initially, but haven't seen much. And I'm sure Greg's on the water a lot more than me. And so maybe he can speak to that some. But yeah, it wasn't very successful, unfortunately. We were really hopeful. I know we do have other staff members here. I'm not really, as far as I know, I think that's really the first time we've ever tried to take them from one river to another. That could be wrong with that, but I don't know that we've had success trying that elsewhere. Greg, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I guess I made a note about that while I was listening to you guys earlier. First we got the water quality situation sorted out. Now we got flow management, I think about as good as we're going to get it, given all the other demands on the water supply and just the constraints that we operate under with the existing storage. And so the third piece of the puzzle in Greg Polisky's eyes was, can we introduce a real macroinvertebrate food source into this river? Because we all know brown trout, they only get so big eating bugs. And then, they want to eat other fish or crawdads or rodents or really big invertebrates like Pteronarchus stoneflies. And so that was the reason. It wasn't, a lot of people have thought, they wanted to create another hatch that fishermen could enjoy, but it was really much more, not so much about adult stoneflies and dry fly fishing as it was about having this big nymphal food supply year round that could help those browns grow even bigger. And we had high hopes, but I think it just, for whatever reason, it just didn't really take off.
Scott, I'll jump in there just real quick. I know you probably want to switch to the next presenters. You did have one comment about, why won't CPW designate catch and release on gold medal fisheries? And I think, it varies on a case-by-case basis. I think what we see on the Arkansas River through creel surveys is the vast majority of anglers are catch and release anyway, and they're not harvesting these fish. And so even if the regulation was in place, I don't think there would be a big response to the fishery from that. Harvest is just not a big something we see a lot of on the Arkansas. But we take that on a case-by-case basis, depending on pressure, and we look at creel surveys, whether, anglers are starting to harvest more, and try to adjust the regulations accordingly there.
I think, as Greg Polisky used to say, the existing regulations are how we got to gold medal status. So why would we change them once we'd achieved that? He always had hoped that people would keep a few more smaller browns, and then we might have the biomass left to grow some bigger ones. But like Josh said, nobody will keep, you can't pay people to keep fish. We're like 95% fly fishing on the Arkansas, and 99% of them are catch and release. So just isn't much harvest going on anyway.
I know that's historically been the case on the frying pan, where they've been trying to get rid of, they're recommending keeping some smaller fish. That's all very interesting. We had one question from David posed, and people are interested in hearing the answer. And what rivers or watersheds do the speakers see the best opportunities to add new or extend existing gold medal waters? Josh, I'll let you throw you to the wolves on that one.
That's okay. CPW is working hard to look at those other resources. You mentioned some of them. I think some of them in the Southwest that we can look towards. The Gunnison River in the upper sections, maybe. The Caneos. I was the biologist down on the Caneos River in some it was on sort of on the cusp of attaining those or has met it. But yeah, we're working hard on that. I think we have a pretty big effort for our biologists to kind of look into that maybe just a little bit more, and hope to have some waters that we can designate gold medal. And I think along with TU and working to, on various issues, whether it's water quality or habitat related, can we improve those conditions and get over those criteria or get above those criteria. So no specific answer, kind of a non-politician answer, but we are working towards it.
I appreciate that. Just the same. I mean, and I think, just looking back at your presentation, background and history, there's a pretty good list there of, places that were recommended that ought to be investigated. And, from my perspective, that list holds up pretty well over the years, places that maybe ought to be, looked into, and again, with some, habitat improvements and some, potential work, maybe some of these rivers can move over the hump. And I know, I've been talking to a lot of the senior aquatic biologists, and we've been talking about, establishing some sort of a list of, potential candidates, or I think the answer to the question of, establishing a tiered system where sort of like they do up in Wyoming and some other areas where they have, blue ribbon, red ribbon, yellow ribbon, on down to green, and I think they go as far as orange ribbon for various fisheries statewide. I think that we've decided, or you have decided, that really probably not the way to go, but maybe there is an opportunity to find some areas that are close to achieving those metrics that maybe have some potential and sort of recognizing as quality sort of next tier fisheries that we can focus on and give people an opportunity to explore as well as improve. So I'm looking forward to furthering that conversation. And I know people are probably looking forward to moving forward with the schedule today. So we'll wrap it up, but thanks again to everybody. And I found it really informative. So I really appreciate everybody's input.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you, David.
Yep, thanks.
David.
Dave, for some reason you're muted. I can't hear you, but it doesn't look like you're muted. I think you were talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I was just thanking our speakers for great presentation and for really helping us get an idea of opportunities around gold medal waters and some of the success story along the Arkansas. So real kudos to everyone who's been part of making that a success story with the CPW and the local community, folks like Greg and the local TU chapter. Our next panel up will be sort of shifting from our gold medal waters to another part of Cayuga's sort of unique fishing opportunities, and that's with our native trout fisheries in the state. I'm going to just real quickly pop up a poll to see, interested to see what native trout fishing folks who are with us today may have done. So if you can just take a moment to answer the poll there, and then I'll share those results with everybody. While you're doing that, I will note, that fifth option on the survey is one that we often sort of forget about with our native cutthroat. We forget that whitefish is another native cold water game fish here in Colorado in parts of the state.
David, I'm not sure if you opened the poll or is it running?
It's running.
Okay.
Give it about 10 more seconds, and then I'll close that out and share those results. So hopefully most of you can see the results out there. It looks like the most common of the native trout the folks have had the chance to pursue is the Colorado River, and the least being the San Juan, which is not surprising given that it was only recently rediscovered and is found in only a very limited number of locations, many of which are quite remote or even somewhat not well known, not being promoted. I do see a comment from one person who said that they fall into the none category, which I had failed to include in the survey here. But I guess the point is this is another sort of unique part of fishing here in Colorado, and folks, I think, do enjoy having the chance to not only pursue large fish in places like our gold medal waters, but also to take part in enjoying our natural heritage. But just like with the gold medal waters, it doesn't happen just by happenstance. The fact that we have native fisheries in the state that folks can enjoy has been the result of a lot of collaboration, a lot of conservation projects and restoration efforts, and a lot of vision over the years from biologists, partners, land managers, and others. And we're lucky to have a panel that includes some of those folks who have been involved or are currently involved. I'm first going to introduce our first speaker, Kevin Rogers. I should say Dr. Kevin Rogers with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, really one of the leading native trout experts in the country. We've been lucky to have him as part of the CPW research team and involved with the restoration programs for all of our native trout across the state, and just a tremendous resource for us at TU, and I know for his colleagues at CPW. And so, Kevin, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, thanks, David. Let me share screen. Okay, can everybody see that?
Looks good, Kevin.
Good, thanks. Okay, so David asked me to give just an overview on cutthroat conservation and sort of the programs that are in place and the structure of those programs that have helped secure cutthroat trout on the landscape today and on into the future. And I guess he also asked me to say why I think that's important, that we conserve cutthroat trout. That shouldn't be too hard to sell for this group. We like catching them. They're beautiful. They evolved here. They're part of the legacy of Colorado. And certainly, like David mentioned, thankful that my predecessors ensured their survival so that I can catch them, and want to make sure I can do the same for the next generation. And if there's any doubt on how much people value cutthroat trout in Colorado, wanted to show this picture of a sort of nondescript cutthroat from the flat tops, a Colorado River cutthroat. And actually, this is the fish that's on the license plates. If you get those, or if you've seen those hunting and fishing license plates around that have the elk silhouettes at the top, and the cutthroat trout squished in between the letters. Well, that's due to the magic of Photoshop. They actually bent this fish so it could squeeze between the letters there. But so, obviously they picked the two most iconic animals that kind of express what's good about wild things and wild places in Colorado, and landed on cutthroat trout and elk to represent them. And well, we sell 10 times as many fishing licenses as we do hunting licenses. So to me, it seems like cutthroat trout are at the top of that list of critters that are worthy of protecting. So conservation of cutthroat trout been going on a long time, clear back to 1973 when greenback cutthroat trout were listed under the ESA, and actually people were doing some work before that. Efforts for Colorado River cutthroat trout and Rio Grande cutthroat trout are a little more recent, kind of ramping up in the 90s. And all three of those conservation efforts are sort of overseen by recovery or conservation teams. And if you want to find out more about those conservation teams, you can just Google cutthroat trout and CPW and bring up our webpage, and there's links to each of those three teams there, and these teams represent sort of bringing together of all state game and fish management agencies, federal land management agencies, tribal councils, as well as nonprofits like Trout Unlimited, together to kind of oversee and chart the best course forward for conservation. If you click on those links, you can find out how exactly those teams go about achieving conservation. You can find the recovery plan for greenback cutthroat trout, and then these conservation plans for Rio Grandes and Colorado rivers. We call them conservation teams for the latter two, just because although they've both been petitioned to be listed under the Endangered Species Act, those petitions were not found to be warranted, and so it's not a formal recovery effort, or at least not a federally mandated recovery effort like it is with the greenback cutthroat trout. So you notice there are 3 teams for 3 subspecies of cutthroat trout, but as most of you are probably aware, we've been doing a lot of molecular work over the last decade and have identified a whole lot more cutthroat trout diversity than we previously thought, and that's summarized in this new book on the taxonomy of cutthroat trout that came out in 2018 from the American Fisheries Society. Anyway, this is a figure from that chapter. There's a phylogenetic tree that shows the relatedness of the different cutthroat trout subspecies and lineages relative to, say, rainbow trout on the bottom. So the length of each branch is sort of an indication of the genetic distance between these groups. So obviously rainbows are quite distant from all our cutthroat trout that are more closely related. And if we zoom in on the cutthroat trout, you'll see we've got the big 3, the coastal cutthroat trout that live in the Pacific Northwest, Lahontan cutthroat trout in the Lahontan Basin in Nevada and California, West Slope cutthroat trout in Idaho and Montana, and then this whole complex, the Yellowstone complex that includes Yellowstone cutthroat trout in Wyoming and Montana and Idaho, Bonneville cutthroat trout in Utah, and then all of the ones we have in Colorado. Here's a similar phylogenetic tree from also from mitochondrial data, and I bring this one up. This is from a 2012 paper that identified all this new diversity from museum specimens. But what you see is that about half of cutthroat trout diversity is actually found in Colorado, which is pretty cool, maybe not too surprising. We've got a lot of mountains in Colorado. When you have mountains, that creates separation between drainages, and when you have separation, you get speciation. So a lot of diversity in Colorado. Some of these are quite rare. The yellowfin is extinct now, unfortunately. We thought the San Juan fish was extinct, but have recently rediscovered that. And then obviously the greenback was down to 1 population, but we're bringing that one back. So we're good at recovery efforts. We've done this before and have a lot of practice. And so I'm really encouraged and optimistic that we'll be able to keep what representation we have left going forward. So this is where those 6 different lineages reside. We've got in purple, the greenback cutthroat trout in the South Platte Basin, the Arkansas historically occupied by yellowfins, Rio Grandes in the San Luis Valley down into New Mexico. So those are managed by the Rio Grande and the greenback recovery team, or overseen by those groups. And then for Colorado River cutthroat trout, we have these 3 different lineages, the blue lineage and the white Nyapa that goes up into Wyoming and over into Utah, the green lineage, which is almost entirely within Colorado, the Gunnison, Dolores, and Colorado River basins, and then just recently rediscovered San Juan trout in the San Juan Basin. So those last 3 are all covered under the umbrella of Colorado River cutthroat trout conservation efforts. And all 3 of those teams have basically the same objectives outlined in their agreements. And these agreements are signed documents by all the directors of the various agencies responsible for management of some aspect of cutthroat trout conservation. Anyway, these objectives, the first one is just to identify and characterize what you have. Obviously, hard to conserve something if you don't know what you have where. Want to secure and enhance populations, restore populations, secure and enhance the watersheds that they live in so that they can thrive there. Public outreach, data sharing, and coordination. And so each of those agreements that those conservation teams have also have an accompanying strategy that will identify strategies that allow you to achieve these objectives, and I'll kind of go through those fairly quickly. So the first one, again, is just identifying what you have. Do a lot of survey work. So for these teams, we're obligated to monitor our existing conservation populations every 5 years. When I say conservation populations, I mean cutthroat trout populations that are better than 90% pure. And those are the ones that the Fish and Wildlife Service sort of counts in the eyes of their efforts when they're evaluating whether or not something should be listed under the Endangered Species Act or not. On the east side of the divide, we don't have, it's been a while since we've found new populations, just because we've been doing it a long time there, but we still find, every year we find one or two on the west slope that we didn't know about. This is a picture of island lakes in the southern end of the flat tops. A fair bit of work to get into. Had heard rumors of cutthroat trout being caught in and amongst brook trout in this one tributary stream of Derby Creek, and thought maybe there was a population up above, hiding above a barrier that might be present. And so this was last year. We went in there and indeed bushwhacked up and found a cascade barrier and a new conservation population up above it. So pretty exciting. There's a few more left out there that we don't know about. And then, of course, when we find new ones, we collect fin clips to do genetic analysis on them to see if they are pure, and also what their heritage might be, whether it was a population that was likely Aboriginal or whether it was founded from some of these stocking activities 100 years ago out of places like Trappers Lake. Most of that work involves backpack electrofishing. We've kind of chased cutthroat trout, although they would have occupied lower elevation streams historically that were larger and would require larger gear to sample. We've kind of non-native trout have basically chased them to headwater reaches that we can access with these backpack units. The second and third strategies are revolve around securing and restoring habitats. And that's sort of the meat of these recovery efforts. That's the most important thing we can do is restoring habitats back to those that are available for cutthroat trout. So we can help secure populations through regulations just by preventing people from stocking rainbows, say in a drainage that has pure cutthroat trout, or putting catch and release regulations on anglers that are fishing those populations. But more importantly, or more consequential, are these, first constructing barriers. Unfortunately, cutthroat trout just don't do well in competition with other non-native trout. They evolved in isolation and generally get outcompeted by non-native trout when they invade a system. So in order to secure populations, we usually have to put barriers in place. And then once barriers are in, we can reclaim waters that have non-native trout in them, so we can return native cutthroat trout to those populations. And I wanted to highlight a couple projects from 2020. So despite COVID, we actually, as the director mentioned, we were really successful in getting a lot of work done. And this project I'm particularly proud of, just by virtue of the speed with which we were able to implement it. This is the South Fork of Slater Creek, right on the Wyoming border. This is a cascade barrier that historically protected a cutthroat population just upstream. And the forest biologist went in there last fall and caught 7 brook trout up above this barrier. It's just been kind of crumbling over the years, and now brook trout can actually negotiate it. Didn't want to lose the 5 miles of habitat upstream of this and the cutthroat population that lives there. So we started planning over the winter, and Went out to the stream in June to identify barrier location. This is just upstream of that cascade, and figured we could put a temporary log drop barrier in here. And we were able to get all the NEPA paperwork done, all the planning, design, building, and everything this summer. And went out there in September. This is actually a bigger drainage, although we've done these log drop barriers before. Generally, they're on smaller systems, and we've been able to build them by hand. This one carries quite a bit of water, so we needed to get a track hoe, and then also rented a big pump that's shown there that we used to divert water around where we were going to build the barrier. Then got in and kind of adjusted the stream gradient at the barrier site, so we could then put in these splash pads to keep a plunge pool from forming underneath the barrier at high water that would allow brook trout to potentially jump over the barrier. And then we started stacking in these milled logs, the biggest of which were just under 50 feet long. So really quite a structure. There's Trout Unlimited's Brian Hodge putting the finishing touches on the slot where the water will pour over. And then this is the picture you saw earlier. So with just a relatively small crew of 8 people, we were able to get this thing implemented and put in place in just 4 days. So really neat effort. The biologist, from the time the problem was identified to completion of the project was less than 12 months, which I think is pretty unprecedented. So neat effort there. We don't always need to build barriers to isolate populations. This is Jim White looking over on the top of Music Pass, looking over the Sand Creek Basin. This is a project that's been in the works for a long time. Really ideal habitat, and this Sand Creek drains into the sand dunes themselves in the San Luis Valley. So the river just disappears. So what better barrier could you have? About 11 miles of stream with 2 headwater lakes makes it a pretty complex project. There's the lower lake, about 22 acres, and then the upper lake is about 26 acres. So pretty large bodies of water that made this for a really challenging project. We had normally when we just have streams to treat, we'll use these little drip stations. This is just a dog water attached to a bucket reservoir with a compound called rotenone that we use to eradicate fish with. It's compound derived from a plant down in the Amazon that's been used for millennia for killing fish, really effective in low doses. But it does oxidize really quickly, so you have to put these stations about every quarter mile down the stream to kind of boost the levels dripping down. So that's typically what we do for the stream stations. And this project obviously was a little more complicated because we had those 2 big headwater lakes that we needed to treat. So we actually had to fly in boats, and that was a little dicey because this helicopter was actually being used to fight the Grizzly Creek fire at this time, and so biologists weren't sure whether it would actually be able to, whether they'd be actually able to pull off this project, given that the helicopter might not be available. But it was, so that was fortunate, and they're able to get the rotenone out in the lakes as well. Another picture of the upper lake. So actually, despite the magnitude of the project, the treatment seemed to go really well, and hopefully we'll be successful. And we're planning to retreat next year as well, but hopefully we'll have been successful after this year and won't have to. Once habitats are reclaimed, then the fish strategy involves stocking. So obviously we've got to put fish back in to the system, and the hatchery system is really critical for that whole effort. It's been really neat to see how management of these hatcheries has shifted over the years, and really the amount of detail that goes into rearing the best cutthroat trout possible in terms of preserving genetic diversity and all that goes into that. So we have hatchery brood stocks, and then we also try and have wild brood stocks. that allow fish to, face some selection pressures to help keep them wild. This is Zimmerman Lake on the top of Cameron Pass, where we have our wild broodstock of greenback cutthroat trout. And here too, despite COVID, we were able to still get our annual spawn operation off there. And there's the sort of the minimal crew we had with that. And this actually wrapped up just before the Cameron Peak fire got started. So fortunately, and closed access to the pass. So fortunately able to get that done. The next strategies deal with kind of protecting habitats, monitoring watersheds for water quality like temperature, flows, and invertebrates. Some habitats, this picture, obviously, that river's in good shape, but there are some habitats that are, faced overgrazing and so require fencing to patch things up, or might have other habitat issues that need to be addressed. And then we also evaluate land use. So there's a lot of permitting process that the Forest Service and BLM go through for timber, mining, grazing, water development, and that sort of thing, that we can affect conservation by making sure that those activities don't jeopardize cutthroat populations. And then the last strategies kind of are more administrative. One deals with education, so maintaining that web page, signage. Trout Unlimited really spearheaded some beautiful signs for greenback recovery effort, as well as with Running Rivers for posters for the Rio Grande and Colorado River efforts as well. So and then generating reports and getting out and talking about these efforts. The ninth strategy is maintaining the spatial database that is updated annually for each of the conservation teams. This is basically an online database that describes what we have where, all the results of genetic testing, population surveys, where barriers are located, so that we can really manage these things accurately, particularly when we have things like wildfires that come up. We need to know what's in jeopardy. And then the last strategy covers cooperation. So it's a big deal organizing these annual meetings for the different recovery teams, and then the sort of geographic management unit meetings that happen to update the database and coordinate all the reclamation projects that are going on. So it's this really effective way of conserving species, I think. I think these teams that we've set up for cutthroat trout are kind of looked to for other species conservation efforts, and is sort of a model to follow. And I think it really positions us well for dealing with threats that face cutthroat trout. The most proximate one still being the invasion of non-natives, brook trout primarily. Basically, these are fall spawning fish, so their eggs hatch before the cutthroat even get a chance to lay their eggs in the spring. And as a result, they're just larger at age than cutthroat trout. And if left unattended over a 20-year period, they'll be basically replace them entirely. But obviously, we're familiar with this threat and have gotten good at addressing the issues that come with that. We do have other threats on the horizon. Certainly a lot's been written about, the effects of a warming climate on our cutthroat trout, and look forward to hearing the next session that'll talk about that. We have done some modeling to look at what the effects of warming water temperatures will do for our cutthroat trout. This is a plot for our green lineage Colorado River cutthroat trout conservation populations, looking at the maximum 30-day average temperature. So basically the warmest month of the year, what the average temperatures are, and that gives us some insight into what growth potential there is. So the red area would be too warm for good growth. The blue is too cold for recruitment. The fish just can't grow enough before going into winter to be able to survive winter. And so recruitment is actually problematic in some years, like last year, 2019, where we had big snowpack, late runoff. A lot of those populations wouldn't be able to recruit fish currently. So the black bars are our current conditions. If we use downscale climate projection models to project out to what those temperatures would look like in 2080, we can see that we still don't have any that would enter that red zone that would be problematic. And we would have fewer populations in the blue zone, so we'd actually get better recruitment. But before you jump up and down and say hooray that we don't have a problem, obviously there are two things that go along with the warming climate that are not temperature, and that is drought. That's a picture of one of our conservation populations on the Rhone Plateau in 2018. And then of course wildfire. And I've talked about wildfire before. Seems like every time I need to use this slide here, I've got to update it, and this year is no exception. A number of sort of disconcerting things about this slide. The first is that the 20 largest wildfires in Colorado history have all happened in the last 20 years. These fires range from the bottom of the list there, 26,000 acres, up to now. I checked Cameron Peak Fire last night and it's at 174,000 acres. So really large fires. And in fact, you know, if you go, the top of this list 30 years ago was a fire from 1872 that was only 26,000 acres. So a long time has gone since we were, you know, fires just used to be a lot smaller. And I guess that's also demonstrated by the stuff in orange there. So basically in 2002, we had our first fire over 100,000 acres, our first mega fire, they call it. And in just the last 7 years, we've added 4 more there. And in fact, that doesn't even include the Mullen Fire, which is just across the border in Wyoming, but it burned a good chunk of North Park as well. So things are clearly changing, and these large fires really, you know, affect how we view conservation of cutthroat trout. You might have heard there's a big push to develop these meta populations, or just reclamation efforts that cover large swaths of land, so that if you have fires that are patchy, we were able to get over Cameron Pass a couple weeks ago. This is a picture taken from the top of the dam at Joe Wright Reservoir, looking down at part of the Cameron Peak Fire. You can see that it doesn't always burn the entire area. So you've got dark stuff here that's burned over, but this stuff in the foreground was skipped. And so if you had a large metapopulation that occupied this whole landscape, as the plan is in this Poudre Headwaters project that the Forest Service is heading up, you might have an area where you would get a burn and an ash flow that might wipe out trout in this drainage, but trout that live in this drainage would be unaffected and would be able to migrate over and repopulate that area. And so that's something we're, you know, that's sort of the motivation for developing these larger scale reclamation projects, to kind of get past these stochastic events like wildfire and allow populations to persist. And I guess I wanted to wrap up with there's actually a shot last week from my deck up here in Steamboat Springs, looking at the Mad Creek Fire. And this is one that, you know, you probably haven't heard much about in the news because it's only 20,000 acres, but 30 years ago, that would have been in the top 20 list. So yeah, just kind of weird times. And again, look forward to seeing the discussion up next on climate. So I guess with that, I'll end and stop sharing the screen and pass it on to whoever's next.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a reminder, everyone, we will be having Q&A at the tail end of this. If you have questions, you can go ahead and put them in the chat, and we'll circle back. Our next speaker is a chapter president from our Five Rivers chapter in Durango, to focus on sort of another element of what it takes to protect and restore native trout, and that being advocacy. So Buck Skillen, I'll get your slide up on the screen here. And If you are unmuted, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Thanks, David. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to speak a little bit about the importance of advocacy. This is my only slide, and I'll be brief. Support from our partners, for partners, is crucial. And I assume everybody's hearing me. Thumbs up. Okay. CPW, the Forest Service, obviously a lot of our work happens in the forest, and they have the large land holdings. I would say that we have one population of San Juan lineage cuts that is in a very large land holding in the South San Juan Mountains, and are getting excellent cooperation with that landowner. I've been told numerous times by the U.S. Forest Service personnel that collaboration and partnership is extremely important and vital to their mission. I get the sense that's the same situation with CPW. Obviously, landowners, conservation easements, other land protections, community education. I think this is crucial. Because there's an awful lot of folks out there that have, their hands go up and say, how come we're concerned about native trout populations? So we've got to educate those folks, educate them as to why we care, educate them as to the importance of the native trout. And it's been mentioned before that it's crucial that we keep them off the endangered species list. Concern over wildfire that Kevin just went through. We've got to educate the community about all of that. Now, examples. In-stream flow rights is extremely important, and we have an example right here in the San Juans with Himes Creek. One of our chapter members was part of the advocacy with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and in-stream flow right for Himes Creek. Himes Creek is a small first and second order tributary to the West Fork of the San Juan River near the base of Wolf Creek Pass, approximately 12 miles north of Pagosa. The initial analysis that came to the state from the National Forest for Himes Creek indicated that the Forest Service thought R2 cross was not appropriate for this stream type. The rationale for this opinion was based on the general lack of riffle or run habitat in Himes Creek. There was a lot of pushback from the water community, but the stream is very steep. Plunge pool stream, Roskin stream type A or AA+, where the limiting low flow fish habitat are small pools associated with plunges and waterfalls rather than the riffle habitat in a typical R2 cross generated in-stream flow recommendation. A preference for an all unappropriated water in-stream flow recommendation for Himes Creek was based on this fish species, which was the San Juan lineage cut, and the plunge pool nature of the stream, and the land status of the Himes Creek watershed, which was in the National Forest. To optimize spawning habitat availability and protection throughout the spawning and incubation seasons for Himes Creek population, CPW believed that the in-stream water right for all available flow is necessary. And fortunately, we got that. Native trout restoration on Hermosa Creek is continuing apace. CPW and the Forest Service just finished repopulating the last two reaches of the East Fork of Hermosa and the main stem of Hermosa, just upstream of the confluence barrier to give us 23 plus miles of native cutthroat in the Hermosa Creek watershed, from the headwaters down to the confluence barrier, which we're really excited about. That's really the end of my little spiel about the importance of advocacy.
Buck, might you to add just a quick update on the legislative work that you did to protect where you're working in Hermosa Creek with, I guess, he's now going to be retiring, but Congressman Tipton.
I'm sorry, David.
Oh, could you speak to the advocacy work with Congressman Tipton on Hermosa that's helping protect that area that you're doing the restoration in?
Oh, sure. 12 or 14 years ago, efforts were started to gain protection for the Hermosa Creek watershed through the River Protection Work Group. And over 24 months, every possible stakeholder was brought together and consensus developed. Legislation was written, and Senator Bennett and Congressman Tipton carried that legislature forward, and it was passed several years ago. I don't remember the exact year. And it is the Hermosa Watershed Protection Act legislation. And it is, to my knowledge, the only watershed wide protection legislation that exists in this country. Again, I may be wrong about that, but that's my understanding.
Thank you, Buck. So obviously down in your neck of the woods, some important strides, both with restoration, but also with the advocacy that underlay that. You mentioned the importance of community engagement, and our next speaker will address that a little bit. That's Dick Jeffries, who is with our Rocky Mountain Flycasters chapter up out of Fort Collins. And that chapter has been very much involved with the restoration efforts in the Poudre headwaters, as well as engaging the community around that. And so, Dick?
Good morning, everybody. As David mentioned, Dick Jeffries out of Fort Collins, Rocky Mountain Flycasters Conservation Chair, past CTU Vice President. For those of you that haven't met me, for those of you that have met me, well, life happens, and you're welcome that I changed the noun that you usually see on the bumper sticker. Yeah, so not only are we now home to the largest wildfire in the history of Colorado, and just to kind of update Kevin's numbers, my recent flyer that came across an hour ago is we're over 188,000 acres now. With the high winds that are continuing to blow right outside my window, I fully anticipate we wake up to being over 200,000 acres by morning. So there is that. But the other thing that we're really glad to have is that we are home to, when complete, will be the largest greenback cutthroat trout restoration in the history of Colorado. It will also be home to one of the largest effort at establishing a meta population of greenback, as Kevin addressed. Kind of tagging into Buck's comment about community education. So, you know, all of us in Trout Unlimited, the agencies and whatnot, we're all jazzed about this. We think it's great. We understand the reason why, and we all support it. So the big push is to get out to the community and get the community engaged. So what I brought with me today is a short video. It's basically a video that's set up from a PowerPoint presentation. And so we have the electronic ability to continue our community outreach, or engage in our community outreach with all the COVID-19 implications. And then I think what I'll do is, rather than try and go into the nitty-gritty of different elements of it now, I'll kind of wait until we can circle back around with Q&A. If people have questions about other potential or planned activities that we have, I can address those a little bit at the Q&A time. So what I want to do right now is I just want to share the video with you. I actually trimmed it from what the full video is available on our website. You can go right to rmftu.org, and in the conservation section, you can watch the full video presentation. I trimmed that one for the purposes of today's meeting, so clipped out the section about the scientific rationale behind needing to eradicate non-natives and things like that, because for today's audience, we're fully aware of that. But we have like an additional 4 minutes of video, embedded video that covers things like that for that general community outreach. And I think with that, I'm going to do my best to screw up the technological success we've been having so far. and see if I can just get this video up and running for everybody. So bear with me.
You got this, Dick. I
Oh
believe in
yeah,
you.
thanks. Yeah, thanks for that big support there.
I'm here to guide you. You got this.
I got to just make sure I get into the right. I don't want to open up the wrong screen. I got multiple. If anybody wants an update on the camera and fire, I got that window open too. So we'll see how that works here. Everybody got my folder?
Yes.
All right, let's see if this works.
Did it open a video viewer for you, Dick?
No.
Oh, okay.
And the video's running on my end. I can hear it in my.
Oh, okay. So I would stop the video and stop the screen share and re-share it, since we're not hearing your audio.
Now, you may need to open the video first,
Yeah.
and then share that.
Okay.
So have that open, pause it quickly, and then try the screen share option again.
All right. We'll see if we can do this again.
Make sure you check the little box that says share computer audio.
Okay. So on my, so now on my screen, I've got a share icon that says movies, TV. So I'm guessing
Yes.
that's what I want to share.
Yes.
All right, let's try it again. Here we go. Kinda, here we go. My Annie, I'm getting a screen share fails.
Oh, like it's not letting you share it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I may do is I may just pull up the I may just pull up the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Do it that way. All right. So sorry, everybody. We knew that we had to have one at some point in time.
It's all good.
And leave it to me to be that individual. Are we up?
Looks like we have your PowerPoint. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna do this manually. Wasn't prepared for this, but nobody's ever complained that I've had lacked a gap to give. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go click through the slides briefly, and I'll kind of just give you contextual overview. And then whenever y'all have time, like I say, go to our website, rmftu.org, and you can actually, pull up the video there since I'm technologically adverse here. Cover letter. So basically, we just kind of, what we think is important about presentations to the community about something like this is, it's sales and marketing 101 if you stop and think about it, right? You want to tell them what you're going to tell them first, and then you want to get into the project, tell them what it is, why you're doing it, where it's located, why it's important to do it, ways that they can help. And then at the end, what you want to try and do is you want to, if nothing else, you want to, if you can, embed some type of emotional nexus, create an emotional nexus for the viewer. Something that really kind of, use a kind of a trite expression sometimes, but something that's going to pull at their heartstrings a little bit and get that emotional buy-in. So those are some of the things that we're trying to incorporate here. So we've got to cover, Bodo, when we talk about the project itself. Again, we're describing that when this project is complete, we're talking about approximately 40 miles of interconnected streams and multiple lakes and reservoirs that will be involved in this project. It goes on to talk about how collaborative this process is. So if you look at the info that's up on the screen now, in the center, we've got highlighted the Forest Service kind of at the very center there. So they are acting as the lead agency. But this project, what's really interesting about this project is this project encompasses lands that is Forest Service, National Park Service, multiple, and I say multiple wilderness areas. And then for those that you may not be aware, some of you are, the Kashlaputa River is the only designated wild and scenic river in the state of Colorado. So add that to the mix. And so this whole project just has, kind of additional challenges on top of challenges and on top of challenges. So we've got all of these groups in the middle that are all participating in this. If you look on the right-hand side, financial support and administration, one of the things that was kind of a kickstart to the actual project getting underway is that we have a long-time irrigation company that is actually the owner of the Grand Ditch. Many of you are familiar with that. The cut that comes through Rocky Mountain National Park brings water, what historically was West Slope water, over through La Poudre Creek Pass, and then into what is known as Long Draw Reservoir. Series of back and forth things to cut to the point, to get a 30-year extended lease for operations. Water supply and storage agreed to deposit $1.25 million into a trust account for financial support for this greenback recovery project. And so there, we've got that money sitting in the trust fund. We're still, as these projects tend to go, we never know what final dollars are. We have pretty good estimates, but as time goes by and other challenges come up, it kind of increases. So that trust amount covers maybe around 40% to 50% of the project. So over time, we're going to be busy working with our partners and the community, and we're going to be looking at raising another $1.25, $1.5, $2 million, whatever it takes to get this project completed, which will take probably about another 15 years. So this is kind of a close-up, if you will, of that area. And so this is up at the very top. So we've got Long Draw Reservoir right in here. And this is where we start talking about the complexity of a metapopulation. So we have, this is the headwaters, the true headwaters of the Kashlaputa River, comes out of Poudre Lake in Rocky Mountain National Park, flows down this way. We have all of these streams that start to come in. We've got Chapin coming in here, and we have Hague Creek coming down through this way. Willow Creek in here, Corral Creek coming through at the top, Neota Creek coming in up here. And so all of this area in here, including Poudre Lake, Hazeline, and Long Draw Reservoir through here, all of these waters are part of this project area. So like I say, almost 40 miles of stream and 2-3 lakes. This is a large project. So barriers, interestingly enough on this, we have a primary lower barrier. This is to stop migration of fish from downstream coming up into the project area. So this lower barrier here is in wilderness area. we actually have, which is a bit unusual, we have an upper barrier, because at this point right in here, this is where La Poudre Pass Creek, this is where the flume is located from the Grand Ditch. So we also need to make sure that we don't get migration then of greenbacks up into the Grand Ditch, that during high snow years, we get overtopping in Grand Ditch, and we don't want those greenbacks getting up in here where they can then essentially overtop the Grand Ditch and make it back down into the Colorado River Basin. Long Draw has a dam itself, a rather large dam, so there's an already existing barrier at that location. And then just to be able to work this whole thing in segments, we've got these temporary barriers that we will be installing so that we can, we can work sections at a time as we do this over this, next 10 to 15 years. And then those temporary barriers have to be removed, and using leave no trace ethos, just because of the locations that they're in. So some of the challenges that we run across, again, this is that side of that lower permanent barrier. So this is as it sits right now. Okay, but again, this is in wilderness area. So kind of have to remember that we have more restrictive applications in what we can do in there, and just kind of give you some examples of what we face in there. Barriers have to match the natural scenic environment. So as we improve this existing barrier, when it's all done, it can't look much different than what it is right now, because they have to appear as part of the natural landscape. And in addition to that, they have to be constructed using the minimum amount of tools to limit trammeling, because we're in wilderness areas. We can't even you can't even put things on a wheeled hand cart and bring to this site. So basically everything is in by pack train. It's just, again, just one of the few little challenges that, putting this whole thing together. Up here at the upper barrier, this is the one at the existing flume at the Grand Ditch. We're not in wilderness area there, but we are working with water supply and storage, because that is their flume. So they effectively are wanting to do work up here on this one to improve it anyway. So that's great. But then, we have a stretch of reach down below where we have to actually change the grade of the existing river bottom as much as 5 feet. If you can imagine, we're up in, at the headwaters, so we're dealing in rock, but we have to change essentially that the flow through there to, essentially to make that all part of that upper barrier. So what's been going on for some time, obviously, is, and continues, is on the research side. So there's been ongoing research into, just a huge amount of data has been collected and continues to be collected: fish type, ages, movement, stream morphology. All this work has been going on, and a lot of this is to determine what fish are up there, where they're at, and then from all of that information, then we move into using that information to design and install the barriers. Once we have that work done, then we go in and we remove the non-natives. And again, you're all familiar with how this works. Once those non-natives are out of there and you've confirmed that those restoration areas are free, then you can begin the stocking process of the reintroduction, if you will, of the native fish. And then what we do after we've got a period of time where we think everything's stable, we jump back in and we've got to get the temporary barriers back out. I'm going to make a bit of it. Not sure how I kicked myself out of there, Annie. Sorry about that. Is it back?
Yes,
Yep.
we're back.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there. So from a community perspective, right? So what we're trying to do is, as I said, and you know, the video, I have a biased opinion. I think it does it much better than what I've been able to go over with you here. But again, what we're really attempting to do here is describe those things about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and things like that. And what I'm gonna try and do, and I hope this works, is I talked about that. Okay, so I talked about the kind of creating that emotional nexus, and I kind of like this, and again have some personal bias, but I'm hoping that I can get this part to play since I've got it up on the PowerPoint. Annie, let me know if the audio is coming through, if I can get this to run.
Okay.
Is that working?
I do not hear audio, but we do see the
Ah,
slide.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, when you
All
do a screen share, there's that little checkbox that you have to check that says share computer audio before you share these.
Yeah, I'm not getting that. That's the problem. I'm not getting that. I'm not getting the checkbox. That's what's driving me crazy. I don't know why.
Okay.
I've done it before. Okay, so, all right, I'm going to, oops, wrong. Almost had it. I'm going to go back to this one. Just so here's what we did, and I can't. Like I say, please go to the website and watch this, because I think it's kind of unique, right? So what we did is, it's like, well, why do we want to do this? Can we give people rationale for understanding why we think that this should happen? Came up with the idea that, you know, well, where have we done this in other settings, and removed ourselves from the process or the concept of fish and put it into the context of something that people readily associate with all across the country. And guess what that is? It's, you know, it's the American bison. You know, I mean, that's a perfect example. So we interject in there that, you know, kind of the analogy of how what we have done historically in this country is, you know, as we had this great westward migration out into this part of the country in the 1800s, you know, we almost hunted the American bison to extinction. And at some point in recent history, you know, we kind of looked at that as a society and said, wow, that's, you know, that's terrible. And so we made a conscious effort to reestablish a small protected population of those. And so by doing that, we now have something that future generations can enjoy. So, you know, again, the thought was to make that analogous to the greenback cutthroat trout restoration process. And we're doing the same thing, right? You know, in that western expansion, did we fish the greenback to extinction? Well, no. You know, but, you know, was our, you know, it was part of the harvesting combined with, you know, mining, water diversions for, you know, increased water needs, you know, for industry, for our communities, all those, did they have an impact on those populations? Absolutely. Was it us who introduced the brook trout to the area? And the brook trout, when you stop and think about it, was probably more widely responsible for that dramatic decrease in greenback population. Yeah, absolutely, that was our fault. And so, there's a lot of similarities between what is an accepted positive in our society, at least we view it that way, in that restoration or preservation of the American bison, and what we're doing up here. So again, we're hoping that you know, delivering that message in that way kind of just makes that real simple for the viewer to understand why we would want to do something similar. And then of course we always conclude the presentation with, okay, if you're interested in this and you're excited about it like we are, how can I help? And whether it's through volunteering or donations, make sure they have your contact information, know where to go, and things like that. So in a nutshell, I think that kind of wraps that up. And not sure if I'm back, but sorry about the technical bug there, but that's kind of one of many ways that we're trying to get our community outreach engaged. And yeah, I think that's it.
Thanks, Dick. With all these efforts, you've probably been hearing references to partnerships, communities, getting people engaged, and really for not only our native trout, but trout across the West, the embodiment of those kinds of collaborations has become the Western Native Trout Initiative, which involves multiple agencies. We are lucky to have the chair of their steering committee joining us from Arizona, Julie Carter, who is the program manager for native aquatic species in Arizona, who will so share the Winty story.
Thank you very much. David, can you all hear me? Okay, great. Well, thank you today. I'm giving this presentation on behalf of Winty for Therese Thompson, who's the Winty coordinator. She was unfortunately unable to be here today, so I'm happy to be able to join you and talk about Winty. I've been the chair for the last probably 6 years, but I've been on the steering committee since 2008. So I'm kind of like a salmon. I have high sight fidelity. I like to stick with the native trout, and I'm sticking with it. So I want to talk with you all about Winty and really kind of connect some of the pieces of the projects and stories that I've heard today with how Winty approaches native trout conservation all across the West. So I will share my presentation now. Can you all see that?
Looks good, Julie.
Yes,
Okay, I'm trying to get it so that I'm looking at you guys, but we'll see. Okay. All right. So the Western Native Trout Initiative, for those of you that haven't heard about it, it was formed in 2006, and it's an initiative under the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. For those of you that don't know what WAFWA is, it's a group of all the 12 Western states, all the state fish and wildlife agencies, and our federal partners. And in 2007, Winty became a public-private fish habitat partnership under the National Fish Habitat Partnership, which we call NFHAP. So I'll mention that a bunch of times today. And Winty's geographic area is over 1.75 million square miles of public and privately managed lands. And then under Winty, we have 21 focal species of Western native trout and char. And as I mentioned, NFHAP, so this is a national group where there's 20 fish habitat partnerships across 50 states. And all the fish habitat partnerships receive $7 million to go to on the ground funding to improve fish habitat across the West. So this is a big part of Winty's funding and how we fund projects in part. The Winty in general, I have our mission over to the right in case those of you aren't familiar with it, but in a nutshell, we work with partners. It's all about partnerships and collaboration and cooperative efforts, which I've heard throughout the day or throughout the morning, to improve habitat and ultimately the status of native trout, and to provide recreational opportunities when those species can be fished and are in the best status to be fished. So we have this is our governing body right here, all of these agencies, and Matt Nickel is on, who's on the call today, of course, is also on our steering committee representing Colorado Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And this is something I added. This is one of our approaches to fund projects. So $7 million across 20 fish habitat partnerships with that funding is not very much, especially when you're talking about like the project that Dick was just talking about, which is huge, multi-million dollars. So it's all about leveraging funding, matching funding, and increasing those funds and partners to implement projects. And that's what we do. And this is a list of our 21 species down here as well. So since 2006, this is a neat slide that just shows the success by the numbers. The projects that we implement, Dick talked about them, Kevin talked about them. You know, it's about fish passage. We also build barriers when necessary, reconnect, improve habitat. And these are just some really cool numbers collectively what WNTE projects have resulted in, and ultimately, hopefully improving the status of Western native trout species across. Here are just a few of the dollar amounts as far as WNTE's directed over $5 million in federal fish habitat funds leveraged, and there's that thing again, leverage with over $38 million to fund 187 projects. And so this website down here is where you can find our annual report where we sum up all of these things, and it'll also get you to the WNTE website where there's a lot of good information if you want more details about WNTE. We also have a project map, and this is something really neat that Therese put together. And there's a link to that on the website as well, but you can go and see all of the species of WNTE species, and then the dots are the individual projects. So it'll tell you what that project was, and it's just really neat snapshot if you're curious. And as you can see in Colorado, WNTE has helped fund a lot of projects in Colorado, and I'll go through that in a minute here. WNTE took a different strategy starting in 2019, where we focused up to 75% of our funding that we got from NFHAP on priority species. And what we were trying to do is just try to move the needle a little bit more for a 3-year period on some priority species, help those species teams identify priority projects, and then either fund them with NFHAP funds, or Therese is also a professional fundraiser, and she goes out and helps raise funding for these projects. So as you can see, Rio Grande cutthroat trout were in the last priority species, and we did fund some projects in Colorado, and then Colorado River cutthroat trout are in this next round. They're one of those species, priority species. And this is just a snapshot of our 2019 projects that WNTE funded with their partners and our different types of funding. We have the NFHAP funding. We also have a small grants program, which is really neat. Our project, this is more for like grassroots organizations. It's really targeted at outreach. If some of you have seen those Western Native Trout Initiative, like Get to Know Your Native posters, I think Rio Grande Cutthroat Trout has one of them. WNTE's helped fund those. So those are the types of projects we fund with our small grants program. And it's really meant to get our name out and help folks that, are just grassroots level. And then the Resources Legacy Fund is a new effort. That is a really neat partner that we've just started working with on some key areas right here, and it's been really successful. And here, I'm not going to try to go to this link because I don't want to mess up anything. So anyway, here are some of the projects that WNTE has helped fund over the years for some of the Colorado species. Just wanted to point that out. So the fundraising that WNTE does is all under an umbrella, which is the Campaign for Western Native Trout. This is what Therese uses, what all of us use to help promote the word about WNTE and help gain more funding so that we can ultimately fund more projects on the ground. And then to do this, I know that Buck talked about outreach. Outreach is so key. WNTE, when I got started with WNTE, we didn't have any kind of outreach, and it was really before social media was around. And Teresa's really helped us get to the next level, because the more outreach you do, the more support that you're going to have from the public, from anglers, from others, and also just to get the word out to potential funders as well. So we do a number of approaches, social media, we do videos, ongoing collaboration with Rep Your Water. I'm not sure, I heard somebody mention it earlier today, Rep Your Water also, and then the Western Native Trout Challenge. So I'll talk about those. So Rep Your Water is a collaboration that we were fortunate that they approached us and wanted to make hats for all of our Wente species. Some of the money goes to on the ground projects and supports Wente, so it's a good effort. And we also have something called Match the Hat campaign on Instagram. So if you're out fishing for a species and you have the hat, you post it and you're part of the Match the Hat campaign. And there's just hundreds of people that have done this, and it's really neat and really got the word out for Wente. And then I'm not sure how many of you may be familiar, but if you're not, hopefully you are interested in this today, but it's the Western Native Trout Challenge. So we launched this last year, and it's a challenge just like a fishing challenge. Multiple states have them, but this one's across the West, 21 species in 12 states. And this is really an effort to get the word out on Western Native trout, the ones that you can fish for, and get people excited. It's just supposed to be fun and really get the word out about these species. We have an effort, this was a collaborative effort with all of the states. We do have folks read about aquatic invasive species and preventing them before they can participate. There's a $25 entrance fee, and $23 of that goes to on the ground conservation projects, which is neat. So there is a great website for this. I won't go through all of this, but I just wanted to highlight, all the different states and species, and you can look at something like this and then try to plan your trip on how you're going to accomplish this. And there's 3 levels, so you can choose expert, advanced, and master. And we've had, let's see, I'm sorry, my puppy is chewing on my toe right now. Hang on, sorry. Okay, so this is the website right here. This is a really great interactive website that also has maps for every species. So if you want to plan your attack of how you're going to catch all these and which states you're going to go to, each state and has in here where they would like you to fish for those species, and all the information you need is in there, and it's really a great website. So here's, for instance, in Colorado, no, this is in Nevada, I'm sorry, the different areas where you can go and fish for the different species. So it really helps you plan your trip. And then so far, 611 anglers have registered, and 89 have completed at least one level of the challenge by the end of last month. So this far, exceeded our expectations for the interest in the challenge, and we're just really happy that it's been so successful. And this is the first project that we are putting some funding from the challenge into this Cottonwood Creek Fish Passage Barrier Restoration Project. So that's the kind of thing that gets people excited, knowing that their dollars are going to help some project. And here's just a few highlights. We've tried to highlight some of the folks that have finished. This young man down here was the first kid to complete the challenge. And coincidentally, yesterday I was on a project where we were introducing Gila trout to a stream, and this boy and his father were on the trip. And so that was really cool that I got to meet them. And now they have both completed the second level, and they're almost done with the top level, and they're trying really hard to be the first father and son duo to finish it. We've also had a really cool kid raise some money for Wente for Gila trout in Arizona or New Mexico. So these are just the kinds of efforts that can really help gain exposure, interest in native trout. And ultimately, I think it really builds support for getting projects done and on the ground, and getting all of our partners on the same page and interested in these kinds of projects. And that's it. I know we were running a little late, so I tried to get it, go through this pretty quickly, but I'm happy to take any questions when the time is right.
Thank you, Julie. I don't see any questions in the chat room, but I did have one that really plays off of what you ended on, and I'd be interested in all the speakers' thoughts on this potentially. And that is sort of striking the balance between conservation and recreation, the importance of involving anglers who want to be able to fish for these unique species, but also not creating too much fishing pressure, somewhat akin to what we've heard from speakers on gold medal. I don't know, Julie, if you want to speak to that first, maybe then Kevin could speak with a sort of a CPW perspective.
Sure. It's something that we definitely deal with in Winty. I definitely deal with it in my own program because I do have 2 native trout species, and we do balance between when is it good, when is the population ready for some angling pressure, and at the same time, when you close fishing populations to angling, sometimes it's not very popular with game and fish commissions and whatnot. So you really do have to strike that balance. We've been fortunate in Arizona for Gila trout, at least, that we have a hatchery source of those fish. And so we're able to jumpstart the populations quicker than maybe an Apache trout population where we're just doing like a wild to wild translocation, and the populations take much longer to build up to where they can be opened up for angling. But it's definitely, at least in our state, it's definitely a challenge. But ultimately, that is one of the main goals in Winty, is to get these populations up and self-sustaining, and so that they can be an opportunity for anglers because they're so unique.
Thank you, Julie. Kevin?
Yeah, I guess I think the key is just making sure that the lists of suggested waters are coordinated with the game and fish agencies, because there's certainly some waters that we're okay with having angler use, and other waters where populations are so small that we wouldn't want that. And I think as a fish management agency, it's our responsibility to provide some waters where we are okay with fishing, because it is important that anglers have access to these fish. But we got to make sure that we try and protect those that are most sensitive at the same time. So.
You're muted, Nickum. You're talking to yourself.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think Matt Nickel had something to add. So, Matt, did you want to?
I thought that's what you were saying, but I was trying to wait for you. Yeah, I was just going to add to that. That's precisely why the greenbacks aren't part of the Western Native Trout Challenge. Is we just felt like adding them to that, even though there are a few locations where we have allow anglers to catch greenbacks. We just felt like those populations weren't robust enough, and we just didn't have enough of them to add that to the mix. So I'm glad you brought that up, Dave.
Thanks, Matt. And we have one final question here from Barbara Luno for Buck and Dick, and that's outreach beyond the videos that you are planning to pursue with your respective chapters. Dick, can you briefly speak to some of the other elements you're looking at?
Sure. Couple of things, and they're not underway yet, but so we don't have any results. One outreach that we've got sketched out that we're going for the gusto. We have to have a conversation with. It's amazing to us that local water utilities, both City of Fort Collins, City of Greeley, tri-districts, all of those water utilities draw off the Poudre River. Honestly, they don't really have a sense of what the kind of their whole feeling about what we need to do in regards to eradicating brook trout, the use of rotenone. So we want to have those firsthand meetings directly with those utility officials. We're comfortable that they're going to have no issues with it because, you know, that process has been going on, you know, for decades and it hasn't been an issue. So we're comfortable with that. But what the approach is, let's get the buy-off from the water utilities first, because then what we would like it to do is then take these projects to the city councils and get buy-in from the cities that, you know, that they support them, not financial support. But if we could get them to buy in that they support it, where I'd really like to see this go is at the end of the day, every month when everybody gets their water utility bill, there's always all kinds of information that is not part of your city water bill. Just, you know, they're promoting these things, you know, different things that are happening in the community. I would like this project to start getting listed on a repetitive basis in all of those utility news. I shouldn't say water bills. You get a newsletter with it. So I think it would be great if we get, you know, almost 350,000 residents that are getting a promotional piece, you know, maybe quarterly that has a little insert about the project. So that's one thing. We'd like to, you know, we'd like to see this go out to the schools through some of their science classes, probably at the high school level, and you know, maybe a little bit younger. So those are kind of two ideas, and then you know, just getting out and, you know, we used to call it the lunch circuit. That doesn't exist right now, the COVID-19, but you know, service organizations have not changed in the decades that service organizations have been around. They are dying for programs and speakers, right? That whoever's their program manager it goes crazy because they can never figure out something new. Well, we think we can fill that void. And so, you know, and those, you know, some of those organizations are still meeting. They're just doing it like we're doing today. So there's no reason that we can't be part of that programming for them. So 3 ideas there.
David, you want me to jump in?
Yes, Buck, sorry. Anything that you want to add?
Just briefly, obviously the social media avenues, Facebook, Instagram, the website. I would say that as relates to the San Juan lineage cutthroat, we're not real excited about publicizing where the populations are. They're still too fragile at this point. With the exception of mentioning Himes Creek, they're really off the table. There are only about 8 populations that I've been told of, and no one told me where they are. So I couldn't share it, even if I wanted to. Here in the Southwest Colorado, we have a program called the Water Information Program, which is part of the Southwestern Water Conservation District. And we publicize, I'm on the steering committee, Five Rivers chapter contributes to the to WIP. And I'm on that steering committee, and we regularly offer information to their newsletter that goes out to all the water users and a wide community beyond the fishing community, if you will. Plus, we utilize the obvious public media. And with that, you guys have heard enough from me.
Thank you, Buck. Thanks to all of our speakers for helping give us sort of a 360-degree view of some of the native trout, from partnerships to restoration to advocacy and outreach. As you saw in Kevin's presentation, climate considerations are a major issue that's facing the future for our native cutthroat and for fisheries generally. And we're very lucky to have a great panel that will be able to give us a view of some of what those challenges look like for the future, and how we might help secure that future. Leading that off, we have our moderator, Dr. Ashley Rust. She's a director at large on our Colorado TU board, and is currently splitting time between consulting and working with Colorado School of Mines.
Thanks, David. And thanks for the introduction. And it did help to have both Dick's talk and Kevin's talk touch upon fire, because that's my area of expertise. So my background, my basement office here disguised as the West Fork Complex. This is a West Fork Complex fire area, high severe burn area. 7 years later, this was just taken this summer. So it just takes a long time for us to recover from fire. But I'm going to share my screen. Let's see, so I can start the presentation. Is everybody seeing my slides? Okay, I'm going to.
Yes.
Great. Yep. Okay, thank you. So with us today, you've got myself. I work with CTU as a volunteer and also do some side consulting with them, but my real job is a researcher at the School of Mines. And then we'll have Dr. Andrew Todd, who is leads the Running Rivers nonprofit that does a lot to help reintroduce and conserve native trout, and he'll tell you more about that and his efforts. But he's also a researcher that works with the EPA. I forgot to read his official introduction. He's the founder and president of Running Rivers, which is a Colorado-based 501c3 with a mission of advancing cold water conservation through recreation, through events like the Rocky Mountain Flyathlon, which is a really fun event you guys should check out, which pairs trail running, fly fishing, and craft beer to raise money for native trout conservation. Andrew is a slower than average trail runner, a slightly above average fly fisherman, and an exceptional craft beer connoisseur. And in his free time, Dr. Todd works on water quality issues in his job with the federal government. And then finally, we've got Ben McGee, who is actually under the weather. He's got a cold. He's on the call right now, but we're kind of minimizing his participation. He'll be available for questions, but he didn't want to be in charge of speaking with a scratchy throat and sniffling. But he is a physical scientist at the USGS in the Geology, Geophysics, and Geochemistry Science Center. And he specializes in physical aquatic habitat characterization with in-stream assessments of physical habitat conditions and suitability, and predictive modeling of fish habitat availability. And I have to make a plug for him. We're trying to get him to come over for a degree at Mines to keep his research going and kind of pair what he's doing with the USGS. So I'm going to take up what was going to be Ben's time with just a few slides, and we'll talk about forest fire. But first, just to introduce, there we go. Climate change.
Ashley, do you mind making it full screen, your presentation?
Yeah, that will work. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that look?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. I didn't know if I could do that or not. So thank you. So I just did a quick skim on, headlines that have to do with climate change. And these are all just very recent headlines between the wildfires, both in Colorado and California and across the West, the drought across the Southwest, and then hurricanes. And then we also have droughts in other parts of the world. So it's not hard to see the impacts of climate change are very real and happening all around us, sadly. But I'm going to start by talking about wildfire that really used to be more common on the landscape, just as Dick touched upon the reintroduction of American bison. The Native Americans used fire to manage the landscape as well and open up landscape for more bison. So it used to be more common on the landscape. And we also we had a 100-year period of kind of low tolerance for fire, and we're allowing our forest to build up. But that's really only a part of the story. The real story is that our fire season is longer, that climate change is driving a longer fire season. It doesn't matter if you have dense forests or grasslands or sparsely forested forests. If they're dry, they'll burn. It can be beetle kill forest or a perfectly healthy forest. If it's been dry for a few weeks, it will burn. And so what we're seeing here is that the average fire season is 2 months longer, both on that we have an earlier spring and a later fall dragging out the season. So there's more opportunity for the trees to get dry and then burn, which is exactly what we're experiencing when we didn't get our monsoons this year. And we have now in October, these raging mega fires. So some projections you see in our area, if we're going to have a longer fire season, more areas will be burned. And so this is kind of, I hate to use the phrase, the new normal, until we can really address and reverse climate change or mitigate it at least. And so that is, again, to kind of pound home the question or what is driving it. It's not just forest management. It's not just our low tolerance for fire over the last 50 years. It really is drought more than anything, that when the fuels are dry, there's more area burned. And so that's what this study is showing. So now I just want to talk about lessons learned that I did in my research, and Andrew Todd was part of this research as well, on the West Fork Complex fire, and then also my current work down on the 416 in the Animas River area, as we've talked about the San Juan cuts. And just trying to tie in what the fires do to the fish. My area of research was on how fires impacted water quality, aquatic insects, and fish. And what we saw in the West Fork Complex fire is that the tributaries that were burned paid the dearest price, and they had the most dramatic effects. And so here I'm showing you a picture of a tributary that was right in the middle of the high severe burn and the creek is called Trout Creek. And in the burn area, there was a landslide that then every time it rained after the landslide, that raw earth kind of exposed dirt created high turbidity and high total suspended solids in the water. And turbidity and suspended solids are something common during runoff and during monsoons, but not when you have exposed ground without vegetation. You just get a lot more sloughing of dirt, and it was enough to clog fish gills and suffocate them. And every time it rained in this creek, you would have these extreme events of high turbidity. And so we went in to see how the fish recovered over time. We know that the initial year, the fire was in 2013, the fish kill happened in 2014. And so Andrew Todd and I pictured here, and then in the background is my favorite, one of my favorite pictures is the deputy who was our safety patrol for this work since we were in the high burn area. We went in, we electrofished above and below that landslide. So above the landslide should have a normal river that wasn't impacted by the fire. It's just on the edge of the fire scar. And what I'm showing you is a population data that we collected that 2 years after the fire, 1 year after the landslide in 2015, and then also in 2016, above the landslide where the creek was untouched by the fire, you have this well-distributed fish population, young fish, medium-sized fish, and older fish, which is what you consider a healthy population where you have a wide range of sizes. And then below the landslide, 1 year after the landslide in 2015, the blue bars there, all we caught below the landslide were these little fish, these brand new young of year fish pictured in my hand there. And so fish had either spawned there and the adults got out, or these fish were washed into the burn area because they weren't very strong swimmers, but they inhabited it successfully. And then the next year we went back. So now it's 2 years after the landslide in 2016, and fish returned. And it was kind of a really wonderful, happy story that all in all, 3 years after the fire, 2 years after the landslide, the fish had recovered, in our opinion, that the population was more well distributed and the adults were inhabiting. And we even found some cutthroat in that area. And this is the same. I also looked at insects. I'm not showing that today, but we saw the same story with the macroinvertebrates in the stream, that they were hit hard the first year, but then over time you see them recover. And then, so that was a tributary of the Rio Grande in the fire. I worked with the Parks and Wildlife when they did their regular shocking down in that area. They shocked the Rio Grande, which was impacted by the burn and had some burn tributaries feeding into it, and it was partly surrounded by the fire, but it's also a huge watershed with a lot of clean water coming into it, a lot of water that was, by clean I mean unimpacted by the burn, so a lot of fresh tributaries. And so even with the fire, the trout populations actually increased, and the stocking had remained the same over time. Since 2004, the stocking has been the same. So these aren't just inflated numbers from stocking. So you see the big hit from whirling disease back in '93, but that what we see with fish populations with fire, if they can get out of the hot zone, if they can get out of the bad water quality that has high suspended solids, and the river is connected without barriers, then they can escape and then repopulate. And so there's no need to do any kind of fish management other than just be patient and let the fish come back. And that's kind of the story with why the Rio Grande was so resilient, was there was a lot of good river that was unimpacted by the river that they could go inhabit and then kind of wait out the bad conditions. And same with the burn tributaries get repopulated over time. So the story for me continues. I've become kind of a little, my territory and research has become Southwestern Colorado, even though I'm up in Denver and Golden, really. But I love that area. And so because of my work on the Rio Grande, I got tied in with Mountain Studies Institute down in Durango and have been helping them monitor water quality and insect recovery after the 416 fire. So these are some of the headlines and pictures that we saw. That bottom left picture is Hermosa Creek, where they did that San Juan cutthroat trout salvaging. And so that was the creek that was, a really pristine creek, but it happened to be in its watershed that the 416 fire almost was completely contained within that one watershed. So now we're monitoring what it did to the water quality, and how in mining areas you get a lot more metals that get mobilized. And that actually kind of moves up the food chain. We're finding metals in insects and then potentially in fish, at least because, again, that dirt that's sloughing off the burned hillsides. But now we're trying to see at what point it recovers. So that's really what I hope to monitor over time, is to follow it and see how long does it take for the ecosystem to fully bounce back. Will it be as quick as the West Fork? And then the bottom right, the bluehead sucker, the hardy native did quite well despite the fire. So again, they caught that in record numbers. Again, if the river is connected and fish can hide and get out of bad conditions, then they can just re-inhabit the area when things return. So that's my story with with forest fire. Oopsies, I'm sorry, with forest fire driven by climate change. So I'm wanting to, I keep doing that, stop sharing and turn it over to the prestigious Andrew Todd. Will be giving us a talk on his research and what he views how climate change impacts fish. David, can you show the video, please? Andrew recorded his because it's he's in kind of a remote area.
Crap internet in Westcliff. We're not known for our internet here, so
Hello,
hopefully.
my name is Andrew Todd.
Go ahead.
And I'm with an organization called Running Rivers, and today I'm going to talk to you all about trout and climate change with a specific case study on the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. First, I wanted to just touch a little bit on who Running Rivers is. We are a Colorado-based 501c3 organization whose mission is to conserve and restore native fish populations in freshwater ecosystems by inspiring people to engage in conservation through recreation, education, and on-the-ground projects. How we approach this is we're focused heavily on the conservation through recreation. We strongly believe that people will get more excited about the concept of conservation and the topic of conservation if they're having fun while doing it. And as you can see, these guys are having a lot of fun at one of our events, which our two programs are the Flyathlon, which maybe you've heard about, which is where we pair trail running, fly fishing, and craft beer to create events that raise money for cold water conservation. Our other program is called the Rare Fish, Rare Beer Project, where we're partnering with local breweries and distilleries to make products that feature native fish like the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, the greenback cutthroat trout, and the Colorado River cutthroat trout, as you see here on these labels. And so those products are designed to educate people about the fish and the challenges they face, but also to raise money for projects for the conservation of those species. Over the last 6 years or 7 years, if you count this weird summer, well, we've raised nearly $250,000 for projects that we complete on the ground with our conservation partners. And this is just a couple examples of the projects that we've been working on. We've been looking at how parks and wildlife stocking in high mountain lakes, how successful that is. We funded a lot of projects, including many Trout Unlimited projects through the Winty Small Grants Fund. We've been doing some riparian restoration and river restoration up in Jim Creek, which is near Lahara Reservoir. We've put up a bunch of Rio Grande cutthroat trout signs at the trailheads of watersheds containing Rio Grande cutthroat trout, so people aren't going up in there and eating Rio Grande cutthroat trout, so they can identify them more easily. We helped Parks and Wildlife with a study to look at the integrity of the dam that creates Haypress Lake, which holds a brood stock of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. We've done some trail work on Indian Creek. We helped the Bureau of Land Management build a barrier on Road Beaver Creek, which is over in the Gunnison Basin. We're working with TU and others on a project in the headwaters of the Gunnison that would be a big restoration project. And then the big one this year was the work that we did with Parks and Wildlife, National Park Service, Trout Unlimited, and others in Sand Creek. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. So some of the commonly predicted consequences of climate change for trout species. Climate change will alter the distribution of suitable habitat for trout species through increases in water temperature. So many of the important stages in a trout's life cycle are keyed to temperature. And unlike many other species, trout can't just pick up and move because they're restricted to the watersheds that they reside in. Shifts in flow regime resulting from climate change can also affect trout species. The obvious one is drought. If your stream is going completely dry, it's difficult to be a trout in that kind of scenario. But also changes in timing of the natural flow regime, earlier runoff, that sort of thing. Climate change may force increased extirpation risk within small fragmented trout populations. So I'll show you a map in a minute, but a lot of these cutthroat trout populations are small single thread channels up above a barrier. And when you're in a small piece of habitat like that, you can get restricted genetic diversity. You can lack the access to habitat diversity to complete your life cycle, and you're more vulnerable to stochastic events like drought and wildfire. And then another one is climate change can exacerbate biotic interactions that are detrimental to trout populations, things like changes in disease rates, as well as improving the conditions for competition and hybridization. So I mentioned we're going to look specifically at the Rio Grande cutthroat trout and its vulnerability to climate change. So in this case, our vulnerability is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. It's the southernmost cutthroat trout species in America. It's one of three, arguably four now, with the red lineage fish down in the southwestern corner of the state, but one of three currently native to Colorado. Cutthroat trout are stenothermic ectotherms, which means they operate within a very narrow temperature window or thermal envelope. And outside of that, it can be either too cold or too warm for cutthroat trout to exist. They're in a bad place largely because of the introduction of non-native salmonids, as well as human-made habitat alterations and pollution like mine drainage, logging, that sort of thing. Our system, the fish is in approximately 12% of its historic distribution. And within this 12%, a lot of those are highly fragmented, isolated populations. There's 120 conservation populations at last count, but many of these are very small and isolated. And probably know the 2008 Endangered Species Act status review determined that listing was warranted, but precluded from listing due to uncertainty from things like climate change or vulnerability to climate change. So this is the historic distribution of the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. This is, you can imagine there's a line right here, which is the Colorado-New Mexico border, but it's in a lot of headwater locations. And as you can see here, many of them are very small and isolated, and as opposed to these big interconnected watersheds. And many of these in this graphic are actually not as robust as they would appear. This is Sangre de Cristo Creek, and a lot of this main stem habitat we've determined is too warm. So this may not be a big interconnected watershed like it looks like in this map. So we've got a lot of small populations isolated throughout the distribution. In terms of current water temperatures, this was a study that I was a part of when I was at the U.S. Geological Survey for a decade, where we looked at water temperature in a lot of those small, isolated Rio Grande cutthroat trout conservation populations. And the dashed red lines are the Colorado's water temperature standards. The acute standard is at the top here at about 22 degrees C. And the chronic standard is at about 17 degrees C. And you can see the majority of these existing Rio Grande cutthroat trout populations fall below those upper thermal thresholds, but some are pushing right up against it, and several fall above those thresholds, meaning they're likely currently at risk from temperatures that are too warm. And with a warming climate, you can anticipate that this distribution will shift to the right, and we may see many of our existing Rio Grande cutthroat trout populations falling on the right side of that too warm dashed red line. In terms of hydrology, on the left here, it just shows what we were trying to do with this study was to measure base flow. And so the dots over on the left in these graphs show where we were able to measure flow. So really just demonstrating that the measurements that we took do in fact capture base flow conditions within these streams. Over on the right, you're looking at the distribution of discharge within those streams in 5 different years. And the take-home message here is that during the fall, during base flow times, our flows within these systems are very small, on the order of 1 to 2 CFS at the most. You've got a handful that are 2 to 10 CFS, but for the most part, the existing distribution of the Rio Grande cutthroat trout is in very small stream systems. In terms of wildfire, one of the things that's forecast with climate change, and we're seeing it year after year here, is more and more intense wildfires. And what I wanted to show here is this is the Medno Creek drainage, which is just north of the sand dunes, north and a little bit east of the sand dunes. It's the creek that actually goes in front of the sand dunes and creates the wave flow that draws all the tourists in. But there was a wildfire back in Medno Creek in 2010 that burned a significant portion of the watershed, and that's the graphic over on the right. The red stream is the Medno Creek and tributaries of Medno Creek. The red is the perennial waters within that watershed. And then the red and yellow pattern is where the fire burned, with the red being the highest intensity in the fire. And so over on the left here, we've got some Parks and Wildlife fish data from 2004, 2005, and 2008, which are years that predate the fire. And you're seeing about 400 to 500 fish per mile in those pre-fire years. Then in 2010, we had this intense fire that burned a significant portion of the watershed, but not all of the watershed. And so then in 2011, you can see the number of fish at this station, and I should say the station is number 6 down here near the bottom of the watershed. In 2011, the density was reduced from between 450 and 500 down to just short of 200 fish per mile. But importantly, that number was not 0. And that is in large part due to the fact that we had significant portions of the upper watershed that didn't burn or burned with a less severity. And so those fish were able to persist in areas where at the top of the watershed, where they could then repopulate the main stem as you go down towards this Station 6. And immediately after the fire, Parks and Wildlife got in and surveyed some of the stream reaches for fish above this number 6 and found no fish. So what we're seeing is that this big interconnected watershed allowed for a pretty large wildfire to rip through and not eliminate the fishery altogether. So what are we looking for when we're looking for places to reintroduce the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, or any cutthroat trout species, or native species for that matter? And so I'm saying here, native trout seeking climate buffered watershed for long-term relationships. So we're trying to put these fish in watersheds where they'll persist for decades, if not 100 years and longer. So we're trying to avoid putting them in places that then become vulnerable to climate change. So what are we looking for in terms of water temperature? As I mentioned earlier, trout are stenothermic ectotherms. They operate within a very narrow temperature range. So you want temperature regimes that are not too hot and not too cold. So you don't want to spend $1 million reclaiming a watershed for it then to just warm 2 degrees and then fall outside of where trout can survive. There are watersheds that are currently too cold for cutthroat trout to complete their reproductive cycle. You've got eggs that are hatching too late that then the fry can't overwinter the next winter. And so it's this delicate balance of finding watersheds that fall within that too hot and too cold range. You're looking for a healthy stream flow. So trout need water all day, every day, and systems with higher base flow are less vulnerable to drying in the future. So some of those in the graph I showed earlier that were 0.1 CFS currently, those aren't well buffered if you get a drying event coming through versus the ones that are 5 and 10 CFS. And then we're also looking, per that wildfire example on Medno Creek, we're looking for watersheds that are fairly resilient to stochastic events like drought. So if you have a drought come through and portions of your watershed dry up, but not all of it, those fish can move within the watershed, assuming there's no significant barriers. But if there are areas that go completely dry and you have fish that die within those areas, if you have areas that stay wet, those can serve as source populations to repopulate those areas that dried up. Same goes with wildfire. If you get a big fire that rips through, but it doesn't burn the entire watershed, you're in a better position than if you were a 2-mile single thread stretch. That would be more difficult if you had a wildfire burn through to have pockets within that retain fish. So such a watershed has been identified in Colorado, and this is a watershed that's just north of Medno Creek within the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. And this watershed is Sand Creek, and this is my girls and dogs looking out over the upper Sand Creek watershed. This work was work I did with Ben McGee, who's also talking here today. While we were at USGS, he's still at USGS and is the primary author on this scientific investigation report, which was put out in 2019. So the Sand Creek watershed is part of the preserve portion of the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve. It's an ideal potential candidate for reclamation for the native Rio Grande cutthroat trout. It's a large watershed. It's physically and administratively isolated. It's within the purview of the National Park Service, which gives it some added protection. But it's also physically isolated in that at the bottom end here of the watershed, the Sand Creek just goes into the sand, and it connects down with San Luis Lakes for a limited time during the year, but most of the year it just disappears down here in the sand dunes. So in there you've got a downstream terminal barrier, which is important for cutthroat trout. They don't compete well with other trout species, so they'll be outcompeted by brook and brown trout, and they can hybridize with rainbow trout. So you need a downstream barrier to prevent those non-native salmonids from coming up and undermining your efforts to isolate the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. It's got multiple perennial tributaries, 4 or 5 of them up as you go up the watershed, including Cold Creek. Cold Creek actually dries up as you get near the bottom, but these 4 and 5 up here are perennial in most years, if not all years, and we characterized that intermittency potential as a part of this research. And then you've got these lakes. This is Upper and Lower Sand Creek Lake, and then you've got Little Sand Creek Lake here, which is an isolated headwater lake as well. And currently, or at least until recently, it supports a huge population of non-native salmonids in the headwaters. These are hybrid cutthroat trout that were stocked by Parks and Wildlife back in the 80s. They've been stocking pure Rio Grande cutthroat trout on top of them since, and that has not resulted in a pure Rio Grande cutthroat population because there's significant reproduction in that upper watershed, which is what makes it, in part, what makes it a good candidate for the Rio Grande cutthroat trout into the future. And I'll talk a little bit more about all of those things. So here's a zoomed in view of the watershed. You've got Upper Sand Creek Lake right at the very top. So that's a source population of fish in the event that Sand Creek dried out in the future during a very dry year. You'd have your fish, you have fisheries in both Upper Sand Creek Lake and Lower Sand Creek Lake to serve as source populations. And then here's Little Sand Creek Lake down here. So we got out and we did some stream characterization work. This is me with a backpack electrofisher looking for presence and absence of fish. We needed to identify where fish were and where they weren't. So when it came time to treat this watershed, we were using the minimum amount of chemical necessary, and we were also not wanting to treat tributaries that were fishless, because those tributaries can serve as a source population for benthic macroinvertebrates, or the bugs that live within those systems, to repopulate the main stem post-treatment. So we were really wanting to characterize where fish were and where fish weren't. So this is me walking up a waterfall with a backpack electroshocker on. So in terms of water temperature, we broke the watershed up into discrete pieces that we could characterize for their thermal regime, what the water temperature looks like in there, what the stream flow looks like in there. So we had about 25, 30 locations to start, and we narrowed that, whittled that down over the period of the study. You can see all these pink dots are where we had monitoring locations. I know this slide is busy. This is our water temperature data from a 3-year period, 2014, 2015, and 2016. And here we're looking at a couple of metrics: the daily maximum, which we compare against that acute state standard, and then the maximum weekly average temperature, which is compared against that chronic standard. And the chronic standard is 17 degrees C. The daily max is around 22. And just in looking at these numbers, you can see all of them fall below those thresholds. And I've got some more graphics that show what that means, but we don't have temperatures that approach really or exceed certainly those thresholds that would suggest we have an upper thermal limit potential problem. These other metrics over here, the July mean and the August mean temperature, are frequently looked at in terms of whether they're too cold or not. The July mean, it was a paper by Kurt Fausch and Amy Herrig that looked at that lower thermal limit. And these blue numbers down here in some of the tributaries, Jones Creek, Smith Creek, McKinney Creek, actually have water temperatures that likely are too cold right now and preclude successful cutthroat trout reproduction at this time. But if there is some warming, they may open up as a potential additional habitat for cutthroat trout within the system. So in these graphs, the red top hat, for lack of a better term, is the state standard, and this is the upper thermal limit. You can see the water within I think this is 3 or 4 different years. The thermal profile is the blue lines in 14, 15, and 16 at 4 or or 5 different locations. Yeah, 5 different locations. And the interesting thing here, if you look down at this bottom graph in 2016, and it actually applies in all the years, but Sand Creek 1, which is at the top of the watershed, is actually the warmest point in the system during the peak of the summer. And that's because you've got the surface of the lake is warming up, and that's the source of the heat in the watershed. And as the water goes down towards the sand, it's actually getting colder, and then it starts to warm back up again as you get lower down into the system, but not something you see every day. In terms of stream flow, the upper sites here are the main stem sites. And as I was talking about before, the majority of the streams in the existing Rio Grande cutthroat trout distribution are around that 1 CFS or lower range. And in the main stem here in 2014 and 2015, we have flows that are well above that range, particularly as you get lower down in the system, 20 and 10 in 2 different years, about halfway down the watershed here at the Smith and McKinney Creek confluences. And then the tributaries, we also have, some of them are fairly small, but we've got some good flows coming in some of these tributaries as well. In terms of the lakes, I believe this is the upper lake. One of the things we did was to characterize the lake volume, but also in doing it, in getting out there, and basically what we did is float around in a pack raft with a sonar unit on it to characterize lake depth, and get the bathymetry of the lake to find the deepest point, because we wanted to know what areas and what depths we were going to have to treat to. But also the lower graph there shows when the lake is stratifying, but it also shows the temperatures within the lake at multiple times during the year. And so you do see stratification, but the temperatures on the surface of the lake, which is that 1 meter depth, are well below the thresholds that would indicate you have a potential thermal problem in the future. In terms of the fisheries, the existing fisheries within the lakes prior to treatment, this is an important graph which told Parks and Wildlife that treatment of both lakes was going to be necessary. So I mentioned that they've been stocking Rio Grande cutthroat trout for about 20 years. And if there was no reproduction within those lakes, you would expect those fish at this point to be pure Rio Grande cutthroat trout or very close to that. And the upper graph is the upper lake, and the blue bars are Rio Grande cutthroat trout genetics, and the other color bars are different genetics from different species. So brown is rainbow trout. You've got Yellowstone cutthroat trout, which is the yellow. You've got greenback cutthroat trout genetics, which is the green, and Colorado River cutthroat trout, which is the orange. So in the upper lake, the majority of fish are mostly Rio Grande cutthroat trout, mostly blue on these bars here, but not exclusively. You do see some Yellowstone cutthroat trout genetics persisting within that population, even though those fish haven't been stocked in multiple decades. And then in the lower lake, what you're seeing is mostly Yellowstone cutthroat trout genetics, which the contrast between these two is very interesting. So what we believe is going on is a limited amount of reproduction, but not zero in the upper lake, versus a very productive, highly reproductive lower lake, which is basically those Rio Grande cutthroat trout that have been stocked for the last 20 years have been feeding these mostly Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the lower lake. So, but this take-home message here is, in looking at this data, it was necessary to treat both lakes to get rid of that non-native genetic signature that's present in both, or was present in both. And you can kind of see it in these pictures of the fish that were captured. We took pictures of every fish that we got a fin clip from, and we got 30 fin clips from each lake. The upper Sand Creek Lake is the upper 2 photos, and those fish look relatively similar to one another and look very much like Rio Grande cutthroat trout. And that's largely because the genetics in that lake is primarily Rio Grande cutthroat trout. Whereas if you look at the lower lake and fish in there, each fish looked different. You had a lot of, so like this fish on the right on the bottom has much larger spots going all the way up to the front of the fish. You had some that looked like Rio Grande cutthroat trout over on the left on the bottom, but it was kind of a little bit of everything in that lower lake. No two fish looked identical down there. So that's bearing out the results of that genetic analysis from those lakes. In terms of stream fisheries, we did electrofishing, and we also did eDNA, which is a technique where you're filtering water at the mouths of those tributaries, taking it back to the lab and pairing it with genetics for cutthroat trout or brook trout to see if you've got a positive for genetic material from those organisms in your filtered water. And so the eDNA plus the electrofishing plus the visual walk that we did, we walked this entire watershed looking for fish. Those give us a sense of whether they confirm each other or not. So if you look at like Smith Creek down here, we walked it, we didn't see any fish, we didn't electrofish any fish, and it was negative for brook trout. We didn't run it for cutthroat trout because that's lower in the system and we were expecting only brook trout in there. So we're using these as supporting lines of evidence to show where we do and do not have fish within the system, so we can make sure we get all the fish that we need to out of there, but also don't overtreat those areas that currently are fishless. So that gets us to the beginning of this September. Parks and Wildlife, Park Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service, Running Rivers, Trout Unlimited. We were all out in the Sand Creek watershed to do phase 1 of the reclamation project in the Sand Creek watershed, and that was those 2 upper lakes, as well as the tributaries that drain the lakes, and then about 2 miles of the main stem down to a big waterfall barrier. That treatment occurred the first week in September, and by all observations appeared to be successful. So the next steps are to, let's see, I've got a next step slide. The next steps are we'll go back this next spring and do electrofishing in the lakes, as well as gill netting in the lakes, and eDNA within the streams, as well as electrofishing within the streams, to make sure that we got all of the existing fish out of there. And then in fall of next year, if in fact we didn't get all of the non-native cutthroat out of that system, the treatment would be repeated if necessary, and maybe in a targeted fashion, because there are a lot of barriers within the system that kind of chunk it up in a nice way. But if it is fishless, then the next step would be to restock with pure Rio Grande cutthroat trout. And then in future years, fall 2021 and beyond, we still need to go below that waterfall all the way down to the sand, including a piece of Little Sand Creek, to treat all the way down to the sand in Sand Creek. And then at that point, Sand Creek and Medno Creek, the major stream systems on Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve, will all be native fish. And with that, I'll take any questions. For a while there, I was belly flopping all of the lakes that I was surveying. So this is, I believe this is Lower Sand Creek Lake, getting it done. Thank you.
Right on. That was excellent, Andrew. I'm going to go back to controlling the screen here. So before we go to a questions session, or questions about Andrew's work too, we'll just hold the questions at the end. You know, as a professor, I've got to assign some homework here. That's just part of the DNA in my world. But really the message, if you believe NASA, then you can accept that climate change is real and it's happening. So it's kind of what can we do about it? And so with a captive audience here of people who are in different parts of the state talking to different chapter members, the ideas that we had, oh, there we go. And these were ideas I've got to give Ben McGee credit for, since he's quiet today, but I credit where credit's due. But the idea that you could do strategic planning at the chapter level, this is just an idea, but the idea that to make a statement about it as a chapter and kind of move it forward, that it doesn't need, climate change doesn't need to be political. This is science, these are observations, and now, especially with this year, we're experiencing some of the dramatic effects. So just, here's the homework piece. Consider doing a mission statement at the chapter level that really addresses climate change as a threat to your fishery, and kind of use that as the hook to get people to care. And maybe everybody makes their small steps, but at least from the chapter level, you can make a statement that's more outward facing. And it just starts a discussion among members about what's real and what's happening, and air out concerns and questions. And then just doing a quick Google search, conservation organizations that have statements about climate change. This California website came up, this government website had compiled all the organizations' mission statements that kind of embraced climate change as a human caused problem and something we need to face and do something about. Unfortunately, a lot of wildlife organizations weren't on there, including Trout Unlimited. So it's just something that's lacking and that could be addressed from the chapter level on up or top down. But it's just a matter of kind of being more outward facing and putting something on the website to acknowledge what's going on. But I leave that link, and I can put it in the chat too, as just a reference to see what some of the statements look like. And these are just a few that I pulled off from organizations that I am familiar with. And so definitely reputable organizations, but just making a position summary on the website to acknowledge climate change was the idea. So that's kind of the to-do and the homework assignment from today's talk. And then now we'll open it up to questions. Had to show Ben McGee, since we knew he wasn't going to be talking today, it's an easy time to pick on somebody, but in a friendly way. Ben taught us all this great fishing game that you take turns fishing in a hole, and if each time you lose a fish, you have to get out and do some push-ups. And I have to admit that I did twice as many push-ups that day than Ben did, because I kept losing fish. But Ben's also ex-military, so he's got great form there. So now we can look, I'll open it up if anybody has questions about Andrew's talk. Ben, if you want to chime in at all, feel free. But if anybody has any questions about climate change and fisheries, we're open.
I see Barbara has shared a comment on the wisdom of Ben's fishing game. Any questions, or Andy, do you see any on the YouTube?
I'm not seeing any come in over on YouTube on that side.
I guess the question I would have, Andrew, you guys did a ton of work to really assess Sand Creek as a great climate resilient. The cutthroat trout seeking suitable home search that you did there. How far have efforts gone to do similar analysis for other watersheds that could be really climate resilient, to all three of you, for other species that are out there?
Yeah, that's a good question, and part of the reason we were involved with that, I mean, Parks and Wildlife has a lot going on with the management of existing fisheries, and so one of the ideas in doing that study was to try to help set the table so that, you know, we could give them the information they needed to make decisions about whether this was a good place to put the fish or not. And so that's ongoing. Our organization is interested in putting out additional temperature loggers. I mean, this is a really easy thing to do, to generate that temperature information. It's a cheap thing to do. And with a lot of runners and athletes in our group of fly athletes, we could really get a big network of those temperature loggers out there and visit them with the frequency that we need to download them. Kevin Terry, who's on, who works for TU, but is also on our board, has some work going on that's characterizing some additional potential watersheds for Rio Grande cutthroat trout and checking the same boxes, like looking at hydrology and temperature. And so I think we can gather the information and then help Parks and Wildlife to make these decisions about where they want to go next in terms of putting the fish. And for the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, we've also, as a part of that study, collected some data in Trinchera Creek watershed, which is on private land, but is also a good big interconnected watershed that I believe is on Parks and Wildlife's to-do list now for Rio Grande cutthroat trout. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities in there. One challenge is a lot of these big interconnected watersheds are in wilderness areas, and we had the luxury, as Kevin Rogers showed earlier, of being able to use a helicopter in Sand Creek, in large part due to Fred Bunch, who said that right away. He's the natural resource manager at Sand Dunes. He said, no questions asked, a helicopter is an essential tool to getting this work done, subjects ended. And so, but in some of these big, like the headwaters of the Rio up above Creed, these are big watersheds that are largely wilderness. And so the challenges associated with doing restoration work in wilderness, I think those projects are worth doing because they're the watersheds that are protected. So we should start looking at some of those places, but the logistics may be more challenging. So just some thoughts.
Well, a big thanks to Ashley, Andrew, and Ben. While you've had to stay a little quiet, we hope you'll be feeling better soon and appreciate your contributions to the ideas and things that we shared, including a great tip for all of us to become better anglers. If I have to do push-ups every time I lose a fish, I will definitely improve my skills. We appreciate all of our speakers today, looking at sort of the present and future. As Marshall said in his comments, it's a little scary, but promising that in some of these areas where there is interconnectivity, that fish, such as the example Andrew shared in Meadow Creek, are using that to survive, and that there can be real resilience even in the face of these threats. So there's plenty of reason for hope, but a lot of work to do. We appreciate you all helping us get our heads moving in that direction. Thank everybody for taking part in our rendezvous today. We'll be resuming again Monday evening at 7 for the first of 3 evening sessions this next week. And thank you again so much for taking time to join us out of your weekend, everybody.